you for your patience.
Is on the line. He is in a remote location and asked
Undisclosed.
that, yes, an undisclosed bunker.
He's
Asked that I run the meeting.
Plan?
We do have a vice chair, but Amy Slusher is in a conference somewhere else and she couldn't be here either. So, and Ron, so we'll try to get through this with, we'll try to hold up the standards that have been in place. So we're calling to order. I want to make just a few announcements before we get into the meat. We finally had last night, following some much delayed COVID, a celebration of our prior lawyer side chair, Charles Kramer, and thanked him for his service. But I want to also bring up that sadly, we have a few people that are going to be rolling off the committee after this year. If we have another meeting in July, there'll be one more meeting, but there's 12 members that come, 6 from the lawyer side, 6 from the broker side, and they're staggered in 6-year terms. You can only serve 2, and every couple of years we lose some people. So this is, we're coming in the last part for Bo, and thank you so much. As I mentioned to you, I particularly I'm going to miss you as one of the working lawyers who is often out there in the litigation trenches. It brings an interesting perspective that not everybody always has and agrees with, but thank you for 12 years of service to the Broker Lawyer Committee. So, yeah, likewise, we have a couple of gentlemen on the broker side that are going to be stepping off. Charlie still is going to be serving us through the end of our commission year, which is August 31st, and then selling even more or doing something.
Yeah, I can't believe I wasn't kicked off earlier, but
We can't
either.
There's no official procedure.
Wow. And Mr. Glenn.
We met an age requirement, didn't we?
Y'all are barely old enough to get on. So we thank you both for all of your service of 12 years to the committee. Y'all are both very active in your markets and have brought a wonderful perspective, and thank you for that. So
Welcome.
don't go anywhere yet. We have work to do.
I noticed that, but it's a great group of people. I will tell you this, one thing I've learned through the 12 years, probably talking for Charlie as well, the dedication that this group does, and it's very proud that the Texas Real Estate Commission has thought to do promulgated contracts and gotten such great people to work on those. I'm impressed the cooperation that gets done and how these contracts get better and better. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you for doing all that too.
And we learned last night that this actually came from the Great Peace Treaty. What was it? 1859? 1972.
Charlie was there.
Speaking of, where's
that's it. I always tell my kids I was born in 1959, not 1859.
Well, and since our chairman of the commission is here, Scott is here, he can correct me if I say the wrong thing. The commissioners select the brokers. So there will be a selection of 2 more brokers. And I'm sure there's someone on your committee that you put in charge of that. Is that correct?
Right. We made that change 4 years ago, that we have a group together. Matter of fact, we got the applicants this week, like 48 applicants.
So far, I'm sure.
And I think that shows what a great job y'all do, that people want to be here. Because I know years ago, there was not that many applicants, and we have 48, and I just busted through them really quick, and there were some very impressive ones, and that's on the broker side.
Are the applications closed? Or are they still open?
They are closed. They closed last Friday.
Yeah. So if you're listening and you didn't do it this time, you're too late.
Right.
Next time.
And I will add, we had almost like 27 for the inspector committee, which is
Awesome.
Used to, you had to call around and recruit.
Right.
So I think that says well about this committee.
Right, and just FYI, on the lawyer side, the president of the state bar appoints the lawyers, and the president of the state bar will not be changed until the annual meeting of the lawyers, which is at the end of June. And so Cindy Tisdale will be the new president, and she will, we hope, reappoint John George, who is just finishing his first term. But there'll be a lawyer that has to replace Bo that she'll appoint, and we won't know about that until it happens. So,
Can't be done.
And SJ, let me go back. The
Replace.
selection committee narrows it down. The actual commission will vote on it.
okay,
There's a selection committee to.
and you'll let us know before, well, by August 31st, right?
Yes.
Okay. August meeting. Okay, great.
I'm gonna look.
Well, let's quickly, well, I guess we've recognized Chair Kestner is here. Just want to see who all else is here. I see Jim is here. Thank you. Who else do we have?
Jesse Cantu from Houston.
And your broker?
I'm a commercial real estate broker in CCI.
Great.
Welcome.
Sylvia Bass with Champions.
Sylvia Best with a soft voice. I don't know if they heard it. Thanks for being here.
Hello, I'm Kelsey Vanderbilt. I'm an associate counsel with Texas Realtors. I'll be the new chart liaison.
Welcome.
And Robin Harris, Texas Realtors, here to bring the coffee.
But,
And I'm Ann Still, I'm Charlie's wife. I'm a realtor in Arlington.
yeah, and partner, right? Yeah, so helps run that. And of course, Vanessa and Abby are here to make sure we do everything right.
We do our best.
It's always fun to see the worried looks on those faces.
Right. Okay, so committee, I know everybody had a chance to look at all the materials, and the first thing is are the minutes from our last BLC meeting, which is in February.
I would move to approve. A second.
Everybody agree with the minutes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Approved. We have another set of minutes. You probably noticed we have the October 22 minutes. I don't believe those got approved in the last meeting.
I think they did. I think Amber just included them because these February minutes reference the October minutes, so.
Okay.
we need to refer back.
All right. Actually wasn't in the minutes, so they were approved in the minutes, they're fine. Okay, they're extra approved and there they are for reference. So, the next thing we're gonna do is have any public comments on non-agenda items. And so no one signed up to speak, and we don't normally just take commentary from the floor, or do we, if they didn't sign up?
They usually fill out a form.
Okay.
If somebody is here and would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, you can do that. We can get you a form to fill out.
Any of y'all want to speak on anything? All right. Screen. Okay. Where's Tony?
He is not here today.
Are you?
I will be Tony.
Well, that's awesome. Okay, so we very much appreciate, this is always a very important meeting right after the legislative session has closed. So the 88th regular session, sine die, was May 31st. And quite a bit happened. Tony Slagle, along with Vanessa, just put together a great report, and we need to hear what happened, because a lot of times what the legislature does informs what our next decisions are. So would you take it away?
I will take it away. I will be brief. So we are currently in the process of, taking a look at all the bills. We track a ton of bills.
Can y'all hear it also?
Can you hear me all right? I can speak up, okay.
They're not.
Okay, great.
So, we track a number of bills. One of the categories that we track for is specific to this committee, which are any bills that have possible contract form changes. And we've provided you with a report that you should have that walks through the ones that are relevant to item number 5 today. And those are the ones that we see as having a potential impact, not necessarily. I think you'll see a couple in there where it's, discussion point on whether or not that's something that needs to be addressed, some which will need to be addressed, and that will go through emergency rulemaking. So you should have that report. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And in terms of track specific, if you want to take a look just generally at, I think it's SB 1577, that's our Trek housekeeping bill. That's got quite a number of changes in it that are relevant, not specifically to this committee, but that are relevant to the industry. So I would.
So that's changing, it's changing chapter 1101 occupations code, which is Trella or Rella, whatever anybody wants to call it. And one of the main things it's doing is requiring disclosure to both sellers and potential buyers for people engaging in wholesaling, which I know has been a big issue.
Got some changes to rulemaking authority for the commission as it relates to education. Also some changes to recovery fund, which is not as big for this group, but big for the commission and those who are in a tough spot. So you can take a look at that, but the report I think that you've got should be really the guiding document for this meeting.
So we'll look at that as we.
So I have a question, for as far as the agenda items are we looking at the forms now in this agenda item for were resulting from these, or are we deferring those? That discussion.
You can, I mean, you can,
Five.
we've got number 5,
Right now.
these two sort of lead into each other.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So I would ask the committee members to pull up your report. It was sent to you on an email from Kimber. So you should have gotten it. I don't think it's in the packet.
The legislative report?
Yeah.
Yes. So we're going to go through that. So the very first one, and this is my understanding, I wish Tony was here. It's my understanding the governor has not signed everything yet, but some things are going to, we're anticipating all of these are going to either be signed or go into effect.
It's not in
Yeah,
there.
so Oh, it's not
It
in?
was a
The
separate
governor
email.
has until, I believe, the 18th to
Okay.
either sign or veto. And so it's possible he may sign a few more, but if he doesn't veto, then these bills
They
will just
go
go
in.
into effect.
Jay, you have a hand behind you.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm, on the state bar forum of the committee that with Reptil that monitors legislation. We have about a dozen attorneys. And each year we get about 2,000 bills pulled down, maybe December or so forth, and they're signed by tracks to us. I've done my track so far and turned it in, but our final report won't be out till the state bar on the 15th. But I could look through, that's going to be a really heavy duty, thorough thing of, search of everything. And if there's anything extra, I'll bring that to the committee's attention.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Also,
that.
that report will be available sometime after the 15th through the state bar. So if anybody has any trouble, get in contact with me. We'll get you a copy of that big, thick, 60-page item every day.
Thank you. Okay, so the ones we know are going to affect us. First thing is what was HB 697, which is related to seller's disclosures regarding fuel gas piping in residential real property. That is going to be effective September 1, as most bills are. And so it mandates that it adds a disclosure to the statutory seller's disclosure notice, which is the Texas Property Code 5.008, regarding the type of piping used for gas supply lines, black iron pipe, copper, corrugated, stainless steel tubing.
I wish they'd included it unknown there.
They do, there is.
There
You
is.
can, you
Not
can.
a right unknown.
Yeah, because nobody knows. Nobody's
Yeah.
ridiculous. Nobody
Right
knows.
unknown.
It's
So.
right underneath it or?
No, right
It'll
to
be-
you.
So you got to disclose.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought it was a checkbox.
Let me ask
Yeah,
this question.
nobody-
So this form, the seller disclosure notice, is obviously a voluntary form. So is this a commission form or a work lawyer committee form?
The broker lawyer committee, I think, just looks
Kind
over
of
it.
manages it?
Yeah,
Right.
but-
Okay.
We can't change it.
Well, I like the change that you did. The I think there's a formatting suggestion I would make. So the ones that have the colons in front of them down at the bottom of section 1 down there, if you could sort of put an extra line to show that those are, going across the page.
Right.
And then maybe put an extra line there for the question below. So otherwise
So
they're
we
going
know
through
they're
all of
related,
those, right? You don't understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just a formatting suggestion. So this form right here, we rarely change because we take it straight out of the statute.
And what page is it on?
It's in the back of the legislative report.
Oh, yeah, the back.
So
So,
I think all we have to do is just approve the
Right.
changes that the staff is suggesting on this form here.
do you want to go through
comply with-
all of them and then we'll do that?
Well, that's the only one on this form, right?
Legislative.
Well,
For this form right here, for the seller's disclosure. And this is a voluntary form, so I think we can send this up and approve it.
I would like to change a little bit on it. To me, it doesn't indicate where these, in our additions, which just say fuel gas piping, black iron, they don't say where that piping is. And if I was a member of the public, the brokers cannot touch this form other than to make, agents cannot touch this form other than make sure it's done. Same with the Texas Realtors form. I think that there ought to be maybe the word underground or something like that to indicate that it's not in the house. This just, to me, just looking at it, read, piping in the house.
But how much latitude do we have if it's legislative?
Yeah, I take it, the only reason I take exception to
Okay.
that is because we pretty much mimic the statutory form without many changes. And I don't want to go down the road of making changes to the form beyond the statutory form.
Well, okay,
Now,
but back to,
we know that there are other seller disclosure notices out there. TR and the other groups have them out there, and let them go ahead and make those changes.
but as from a draft.
This is John. I think it's a slippery slope if we start walking away from the statutory language that's there. And if it's how it's written here in the exact statute, then I think we have to follow our history on that. So I would agree with Ron on that one.
I normally agree with that, but with all due respect to our elected representatives, I don't think anybody thought about it. Would we, let me just bring it up anyway, how about in parens after the item, fuel gas piping?
Well, we know that most homeowners are going to just say unknown. They might check fuel gas piping, but they may not know the type.
Okay, and actually fuel gas piping makes more sense than the others, but black iron pipe, do
Well,
I have that in my house?
The question is, do you have fuel gas piping? And if so, what type? And so you would check, yes, I have fuel gas piping, and I do not know to the others.
Yeah, that doesn't,
Well, that's the way the form is
I know,
set up.
but it doesn't,
It's confusing.
it doesn't
Well, it's the same with
always
it's-
go across.
it's the same
It
with the,
doesn't always
yeah, it's
mean
the
the
same
same
with the
thing.
garage, right?
Yeah, but I know, but I'm complaining about the legislature.
Well,
Some
wrong
things,
form here.
yeah,
Yeah.
some things. All right, fine. Anyway, okay, so
So I would
That's just,
throw that as a motion out on the table to just recommend the form be adopted as the staff has suggested with a little formatting
I would
correction.
second
yes,
that.
Diane.
just a quick question. Is there any reason why the TREC form doesn't say where this come from, making reference to section 5.0?
It does.
It does. That's right.
Where?
It's at
do
the
we see
bottom.
that?
I thought it was at the top. I thought it was at the top.
It's at the bottom.
It's at, yeah, it is at the very
It's in
bottom,
the square in the bottom.
under the signatures.
This form was prepared by the Texas Real Estate Commission in accordance with Texas Property Code 5.008B.
Ah, very good, thank you.
Yeah. And it's,
In practice.
now it will have the update effective September 2023. Okay. There was a motion and a second. Everybody in favor, sending this on up?
Aye.
Right.
Send it on up. Okay, we're flying through the agenda.
Except for
going,
that
keep going.
time we were here till 5:00.
It does. All right. So now deferred comments and recommendations from committee members concerning possible changes to contract forms.
Oh, you still have some,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
all right.
Okay,
SJ, I'm sorry to interrupt.
no, please.
I know you're not normally the person. I'm just gonna interrupt you. I forgot, and I apologize for this, to introduce our new liaisons that are on the meeting.
Oh,
Let me just go ahead and
Thank
do
you.
that, and I apologize for
no,
that.
no.
So we've got two new liaisons who are joining the chair, for the broker lawyer committee. One of whom is Commissioner Hartgraves. It's right there. There's his picture. And he has taken an interest in this group, and looking at, everything that you all do. So I think that's an exciting addition. And then we've got, Commissioner Harvey Lowe, who's one of our new commissioners. And she is out of Paris, Texas, I believe. Is that right? And so she comes to us she's a realtor member. Commissioner Hartgraves is a public member. So you've got, two really interesting perspectives that are added to this group, and they're both on. So I apologize. I should have said something.
You know, I should have noticed that too. Welcome. And I actually was fortunate to meet them in Houston. I think, as everybody knows, Trek has been on the road, and they had a meeting in Houston last month. And it was wonderful to meet you both, commissioners, and I think it was very well attended. When you say, Scott,
Very well.
and y'all are going to do that again?
We are. Probably the Metroplex. Yeah. Looking, yeah.
Well, thanks. And did y'all have anything that you wanted to say so far, commissioners? Unmute yourself if you do. She's trying.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Renee Harvey Lowe. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to observe.
Absolutely. Appreciate you taking the time.
And I'm not sure if Commissioner Hartgraves is still on. He may have had to step off for a
Okay.
minute. You let me know.
Well, he may come back.
But he will be here, so.
All right. So back to our ledge report. And the next item on this list is HB 2816 by Representative Jatan out of Fort Bend County, relating to the notice given to purchase of a property within certain water districts. We actually had some comments on that as well. So this bill replaces the several different disclosure notices related to tax assessments made by water districts with a single notice. The bill provides the language required for the notice. It also requires the water districts to post their own notice online if they're required by the tax code to have a website. And we're talking about a potential new notice form with corresponding changes to contracts.
To start discussion, I'd like to move that staff go and draft a proposal for us to look at the next meeting for this potential combined form.
Which I think that's awesome, but I want to jump down to number 9. We are scheduled to have a meeting July 14th. If we do not have that meeting, it will be too late. So I think we must have a meeting July 14th. That's usually the plan. We have dedicated outlined times that we meet. And so this is a meeting that's been set for a long time. It's been on everybody's calendar. Sometimes we have skipped that meeting when there's not that much to do, but if we do that, which I think is the best thing to do, I agree with you. Everybody needs to plan. We got to have a meeting. We've got to have that meeting.
In the timing issue, Vanessa, so given the commission's meetings and this form, do you think this would be maybe good to go out as a voluntary form? When's the commission next meet?
August 8th, I believe.
Okay.
And
I
August,
think
July
we
14th.
could get it through some emergency rulemaking at that August meeting, so it will go live
Okay.
September 1.
So if we have a meeting on the 14th, that's great, or we could do perhaps, if we decide not to have a meeting on the 14th for the purposes, maybe a Zoom meeting to adopt just the form and limit that.
Yeah, we can always have a very short agenda
Yeah.
and do
If
it.
you come in person, I think we can.
Okay, all right. And y'all would have time to put something together by the 14th? Okay.
And it's not any issue to have it get all the way through.
No,
Okay.
that should not be an issue.
Okay. All right, so back to that. Committee good on Ron's recommendation to have staff prepare the form for us. For us to look at our next meeting, July 14th.
So we can, yeah, we can draft some language. We may lean into our two chairs a little bit in the interim on what that looks like. 'Cause I think it's, Abby's saying there's our favorite
There's some
topic of
options.
check boxes.
There's
Yes,
some-
right.
There's several options, so I think that we kind of tried to do one, and then we thought, well, maybe we'll throw it to the committee, but we'll take a look at.
So this would be the time to create a special subcommittee.
I don't think so. I
No?
think, because it's pretty much a statutory form, we can get it, and then, once we get a proposal in front of us, just do a quick change if we need to move boxes around or
Okay.
formatting stuff. I think we can do it as a group.
Okay.
Will you want, do you think you'll want any changes to the contract or just the form?
I think we have to look when we get there.
Is the,
What's it referred to?
Like reference in paragraph 22 or anything in paragraph?
so the, that's gonna be more of a problem, right? Because we have, kicking out those changes for just a 6 or 7 forms that you're changing for that. And what would the notice, let's see, you're talking about changing, is there a notice
22
required in
is the-
6? That has to change because of those or not?
And 6 would be, okay, I'm actually in the unimproved right now with our comments. Let's see.
63?
Statutory tax districts, if the property is situated in a utility or other statutorily created district providing water, sewer, drainage, or flood control facilities and services. Chapter 49, Texas Water Code requires the seller to deliver and buyer to sign the statutory notice relating to the tax rate, bonded indebtedness, or standby fee of the district prior to final execution of this contract.
So,
And this replaces several different notices. Related to
there's
taxes.
no reason to reference 375 of the local government code. Yeah. Probably not. It's just because the water code is requiring it, even though it refers
Yeah.
to the government code. Okay. So we're probably okay on that one. Is that right?
I think so.
So the
And
only
you
thing
said
we would
just,
be missing would be
22.
that's box in 22.
Yeah.
Of course, you have the,
It's a part of the
If
contract.
you wanted to make it an addendum like the PID, and I know we've now got reference to notices generally in
13.
Yeah,
13.
12 or 13.
yeah, 613, E13. So I think they can just put it there, right? If they're just looking for the form, I guess it's more of an education issue that you have to, but it'll be up on the Trek website so they can pull it from there.
So, and nothing in 22 either.
Does anybody disagree with that? I mean, I'm thinking,
So do we want to add in on 13, in 6E13, required notices, following notices, blah, blah, blah. For example, mud, wicked, hid. Do we also want to put in the example list, water, what do we call those? WDs?
yeah, I think that might be a long-term fix, but for the meeting, just to kick out the
Just the for
form,
example is fine.
I think we don't have to change the form for this, since we're moving so quickly for this form. I think in the next revision of the forms, we can be more specific. Because it says district means something governed by chapter 375 of the local government code.
All right, but let me ask this too, and this is probably what you're gonna ask. Okay, if we, and I'm asking this to staff, if we make any changes to our current draft changes, we have a tolerance level of very minor, and then they can go forward, and if it becomes something major, that starts the process over.
Well, I don't think we have any contracts up for proposal right now.
Okay.
But if it's due to a legislative change, and since the effective date, I believe is September 1st on this one, then it would, was looking at Vanessa, but it would likely be an emergency adoption to be effective 9/1 for the legislative changes in contract forms or other forms.
And we can't carry along with that emergency legislative change, the other changes that we have thus far proposed.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid having to change all the contract
Yeah.
forms just for an emergency
Right.
action. Ryan, maybe we should get their input on how
Still
the,
doing.
how the brokers will be able to handle that.
So I'm not familiar. Is this statute specifically requiring form for truck, or is it, because currently there's a MUD notice that's required by statute, right? And so the utility districts have that on their own, and truck does not have one.
Right.
There is a link in this. Let's see.
And maybe that's my own ignorance on this particular bill. If it's requiring one, we would do one similar to the PID notice that was required.
It's not requiring like a commission promulgate any. I think it's just replacing the several different versions depending on, ETJ or municipality, with one form. So similar, I think, to the PID now.
So we could do nothing.
Mm.
And then you could go to the districts like you're currently doing and grab in the form, and nothing really changes. It's up to them to get the new form out, not us. But it probably would be good public policy to have a blank copy of the form.
Yeah. I think
Right? I mean, Robin, I'm asking your opinion. Is this going to cause confusion among the brokers or not?
I don't think it would cause confusion. We could educate. I mean, we will have multiple legislative updates over the next several months, and we can certainly get the word out. We also will review it, and if we need to do a form, then we'll do a form as well.
Okay.
I have a question on that as well. In the past, why did we not have a form before this? I think it's just the language of the legislative requirement is changing, but I'm not sure why we would be looking at a form now when we didn't in the past.
Well, that was actually the discussion we had about a year ago, am I wrong? And then we were talking about adding that as a form to the truck library, but we just were working on the contract form, so we didn't get around to that yet. That's basically what the answer is. But before, it used to be easier. The thought process is, since you had to fill in the form, let the districts fill in the form. The brokers themselves shouldn't fill in the blanks. So it was easier just to point them to the districts.
And I think also the fact that there were so many different versions of the form, that the committee felt that might be too complicated to provide various versions and try to have people figure out which one was applicable to them.
I'm still.
That makes sense.
Okay, I think Diane was next and then Lee had.
I think from the realtor standpoint, at least in the greater Houston area, the Houston Association of Realtors has long promulgated a form. And I think consistency wise, a form coming from TREC as a tool might be well worth looking at. This is the only form that most realtors in the Houston area use. And they don't look to the water district for a specific form. They look to this. A non-realtor, I'm not sure really what they do, but it has been a concern of the ambiguity in the form. And I think this group might come up with a more streamlined and useful form to answer the changes. I question though, does this bill mean that it would replace even this form? The water district forms, and then so this would go away. The only one that might be out there would either be water district forms that they develop or one that TREC would develop.
Well, I'd have to look a little closer at the statute because it defines it as something that's created in the local government code and provides drainage, utility, water, those kinds of things. So I'm assuming that's the case, but I don't want to make that statement without going back and looking at the statute a little more closely. I think that was the intent, right? Was to replace all those various forms into one, Abby?
I missed that.
Oh, well, all these forms that are out there with the mud district forms and the other water district forms be replaced with the standardized
Yes,
form.
yeah.
That was the intent.
And I'll be happy to give you a copy of this as you draw up your form.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
Lee,
so I don't think we need a form. But it's not a sword I'm gonna fall on. I mean, if we do a form, when we first started talking about this, we mentioned it being an addendum. I don't think we can do it. I think it has to be a notice. If this language, because it says water districts with a single notice, and if we always have to follow the legislature. So I don't think.
yeah, it's called
And
prescribed notice to purchase.
Yeah, I don't think an
Yeah, the
addendum in 22
statute.
is even an option. I think we have to do notice.
Well, usually the statute, and Abby, maybe you can correct me on this, has a provision that it says it can be provided together with the contract form as an addendum or something like that. Is that in here as well?
I believe so. I think it's similar to the PID language.
613 calls those all notices.
I'm going to raise the topic again about a little subcommittee, and I would suggest that and I'm happy to be on it as well, but if John George can come back from his undisclosed location, the two chairs, I'd be happy to join in and help it. Perhaps all of these legislative things that we are now, so far we have two things, to work with staff to get, because there's some serious questions that require more reading than I think everybody wants to sit around and listen, wait on. What do you think, John?
I'll be happy to join that as well. And the comment about the addendum versus notice, I think personally on this one, it's squarely a notice that's provided at or before the execution of the contract. It's not really an addendum. There's no contractual terms in there. It's a notice provided. And I think technically in E12 is the best place to put it, not really in the addendum section, but we can talk about that more in the subcommittee and how the form's drafted as well. But
Right, like a seller's disclosure notice.
correct.
Looks like it just says the notice must be dated and executed.
Right.
by the seller.
That's what it says, yeah.
Yeah,
So sometimes those statutes, like I think in the mud district one says it specifically can be an addendum. So this doesn't prohibit that from being an addendum, but it's just a notice that has to be provided beforehand.
Does the statute indicate at what point these water districts are going to have it available to the public?
well, it's effective September 1, 2023.
Yeah, that says it right there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're getting any additional time.
Yeah,
It
they're under,
requires the districts to post their own notice online.
right.
So
Why are we doing it?
Probably
why are
not.
we doing this?
Probably not, but
No, man, here it is, right here. Neat.
Some water districts are better than others on where they post it and how they post it, or at least historically. And
As
so
a
I can see what, if the Houston Association's form, I believe, combines all three versions of it into one. You can correct me on that, but I think that's what they're trying to accomplish with this bill is to simplify it into one form instead of trying to choose between three. And if that's the case, it'd be easy for us to draft and follow the statute exactly if we decide we want the form.
Wouldn't the seller have to use the one that their water district was posting anyway?
they just have to give the notice. Although it does, the existing portion of the statute, this is why we probably need to go up, requires the district shall generate and implement a program to provide notice modeled on the notice described in another section of this, to provide purchaser of property in the district with the assessments that have been approved and are imposed by the district. So
It says that the seller has to give the written notice as provided by this section. And then it says that, then it goes in and defines what that notice is.
And a goal of this committee is to make deals that don't cause litigation, don't cause confusion for our licensees. And then also these are available to the public. So that should always inform our thought process.
Well, I'm okay with Lee's suggestion, which is to do nothing and then just do a education blast between now and September that says, go to your districts and provide this bill to the districts and say, you're supposed to provide it and have it on site. I don't mind doing that if we want to go down that way.
I don't mind doing that, but I think since there's going to be enough for the legislative committee to look at, if after we look at it and we decide differently that it might be better to create a form, I'd like that to be all right, and then it to come in July, the other forms.
Yes, if I can, one comment that I'm reading in the language here is it states that the district shall omit or edit for accuracy statements not applicable to the district as determined by the district. So as part of looking at this further, that statement concerns me. If we put something out there that contains inaccuracies that are changed by the district in their form that were causing potentially more problems and more confusion by having inaccurate information in there.
Okay.
CJ?
Well, so we're now, it's SJ, and for now, nothing.
SJ?
Yes.
I agree with you that I think that we ought to look at a form. One of the most complicated areas for agents, at least in the greater Houston area, even with a form, is how to have the seller fill out the form. And it gives 3 sections. And what John was referring to is we used to have 3 forms where the agent had to determine what location the property was, and they didn't know how to do that. And the whole area of the water district form, the mud district form as they call it, has been very confusing. So to education, yes, there'll need to be education no matter how we do this. But knowing how complicated it's being received by the agents, if we can simplify it with the choice of a form, and if it's decided by the committee that it's not the best way to go and they need to use the water district ones, then yes, we have to do a lot of educating. In one regard, just using the water district forms would make the agents happier because then they wouldn't have to make a decision to help give guidance to the seller on where is your property located to complete what they have. The only form they have now in the Houston area, and it's a large association.
Do we know
There's
if
a lot
they
of
keep
agents involved.
their form active?
I would support your suggestion.
Do we have any idea if HAR is going to keep their form active?
I'm sure that that's something that they're looking to decide to see how it's going to go forward. So I don't know how HAR is looking in terms of that.
What's Texas Realtors' status on that? Do they have that?
We don't
type of
have,
form?
we don't have a form like that. I think that leaving it up to each district is our position.
I'm going to amend my,
Like I got
I'm
one
going
wrong.
to amend my motion or recommendation here. One that says to go ahead and have the staff prepare a form nonetheless for us to look at, but to then have an education blast between now and September about the bill and to refer them to the district. I don't think we need to move into an emergency situation at this point, but we can look at the form. It won't hurt to put one together.
And since we have Chair Kessler here, who I know can't give us advisory opinions, but if there's any advice that you would have to us from the Greater Commission.
I mean, I think the commission will look at this. I mean, I feel the same pain as any realtor in El Paso. We have 3 different districts and you never know what to do. So I think this bill is just saying, hey, give us one form. And I mean, to me, it's all like the public improvement district. It's making the listing agent do a little bit of work before they market the house instead of putting a sign in the yard. The listing agent can certainly find the water district and get the form. And so
Or the seller.
It's early, but broker policies, we're gonna rely on that water district form, not a
Right.
form that anybody else has.
Right.
Because if they don't have one, then we'll have to do something else. But
And
it is a
also,
notice.
the consequences of the information not being provided to the seller are awesome. The ability for the buyer to terminate. It's such an important form to be completed that if we can make it easier for the public and for the broker to use it effectively with the consumer, I think we're doing our job. Same thing we did with the public improvement district.
Okay, any more comments? Diane's had 3. So any more comments from anyone else on this before we move on? Yes, our general counsel.
I will point you to the very last item on the report.
Okay.
So it sounds like right now we're still in a little bit, just based on what Ron just said, and this entire conversation. We're trying to decide where this goes. Is it a form? Do we leave it to the water districts? We can draft something up. We can look at it in July. There is a very limited provision in statute that is going to bring the sunset review process to disclosures, specifically the track disclosures. Yes, that's the last item.
Yeah.
We still don't actually know what that's going to look like.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's problematic at all to this conversation. I just want to bring it up because you may get, no matter what you do, you may get a recommendation to go the exact opposite way. I think what's important here, and we'll have this and put it in this, is the documentation of what were the discussion points. And this will be relevant to any disclosures that start coming up, and also historical disclosures that we'll have to go back in time in Ron's brain and figure out why we did what we did. But what we looked at, where we decided to go, and ultimately they may say, no, you should have gone the other way, and that's fine, but we want to document this process. So if we can draft something up, we can have this conversation again in July. I think Ron's right. It doesn't sound like it's a true emergency situation because there is that debate on, is it at the water district level? Is it here? So I just bring that up to mention it and sort of flesh out that conversation point, because this is new. That last item on that sunset review, I'm not sure I've ever seen anything like it. And so it'll be exciting.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, well,
Before I want to,
yes.
your legislative subcommittee, I would like to say that a broker who is not me should be serving on that. Just, I get a little nervous when 3 of the attorneys get together without at least one of us. I like to have at least one of us there, but it can't be me on this one.
Not yet.
Yeah.
All right.
Any volunteers?
Well, let me see. Mary Minor?
Yes, yes,
Can I voluntold you?
I can do that.
Great. Excellent.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
All right, the next item in the ledge report is what was SB 785 by Senator Birdwell relating to the ownership by a landowner of the geothermal energy and associated resources below the surface of the landowner's land. This one also will be effective on the normal date of September 1, 2023. The bill stipulates that the landowner owns the geothermal energy and associated resources, which are currently defined by statute in section 141.003 of the Natural Resources Code, meaning the Texas Natural Resources Code, below the surface of their land and can drill or produce geothermal energy and associated resources. And staff informs no express notice or language is required, but the committee could consider whether a geothermal energy should be reflected in the contracts, e.g. such as paragraph 4 in the leases. So if someone already has a lease to drill or produce geothermal energy, that should be disclosed as an existing lease.
So you mean as much the way they do now. Yeah.
Exactly, minerals. So If we look at in our package at one of the existing contracts, let's see, where's the one before? I still am on this.
Do they say if that's gonna be separable? You know, I can sell my mineral rights.
They don't say. That wasn't part of the bill.
Sorry.
So if you look at page 20 of our main packet, that is the currently existing set of coming into this meeting prior changes to the 1 to 4. And so page 20 has number 4 leases. And, you know, it talks about residential leases, fixture leases. C is natural resource leases. And there's a definition that says natural resource lease means an existing oil and gas, comma, mineral, comma, water, comma, wind, or other natural resource lease affecting property to which seller is a party. That could cover things, but
I'm thinking rather than the contract, we should look at the actual lease, the natural resource lease.
we don't promulgate that.
We have a natural resource lease.
No, we have a lease addendum. Do we have a?
We don't have a lease.
We don't have any leases.
Okay.
Except this.
Well, not the lease, but the addendum
addendum.
disclosing the
Yeah,
leases, right? We have one of those.
Yeah, we don't have a separate.
Not
one
for natural, it's
resource.
for like
Okay.
Fixtures and residential.
tenants. So the best practices would define in the natural resource lease definition in 4C, adding in geothermal behind somewhere, oil and gas, mineral, wind, water.
If someone, let's say someone currently has a geothermal lease, is it going to be confusing to them that it's, I mean, I think I would understand that that's covered, but I guess maybe they wouldn't.
My suggestion is that we put in our changes for the next time. This is, as the staff has reminded us in the last discussion point, these are not going forward yet. But we have sort of an ongoing review of several of the contracts, including Farm and Ranch, that as we can find fixes, let's make things better. So I would propose putting it right after mineral. So in 4C would now say natural resource lease means an existing oil and gas, comma, mineral, comma, geothermal, comma, continuing water, comma, wind, comma, or other natural resource lease affecting the property, just to make it, I mean, to me,
I'm fine with
yeah, I mean, the ledge thinks it's important. And why make them guess if they?
It wouldn't really add anything to it. I mean,
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Hey, look at all that, we're so
We did
together,
something.
dang it. I keep touching this and it keeps closing my report. You're on it?
Mhm.
Got it? And you like that, I'm sure.
I do, I love it.
Yay! Fantastic. And thank you, staff.
We do need to
We're going
find a word to
straight
delete somewhere.
there.
Now you put that
Like adding
after.
words. For everyone we add, we
You
need
put
to-
it
I
after
put
one.
it after mineral just
Mineral
because to
takes
me
it
that
away.
makes
Yeah,
sense.
Okay.
even better.
It's different than water.
Just being precise here.
Exactly. All right, the next item on the report is Senate Bill 1577 by Senator Menendez. Am I correct? He's a broker, right? He used to be a rep. Is that the same gentleman? I may not be correct. We did have a state rep that's a broker who was very helpful to us. Anyway, Senator Menendez put this forth relating to the Texas Real Estate Research Center, the Real Estate Research Advisory Committee, and the Real Estate Commission, and the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. This would be effective January 1, 2024, which is a little different. This is the housekeeping bill. Includes a provision in both Chapter 5, which is now Subchapter A of the Property Code, and the Chapter 1101 Occupations Code, which we mentioned earlier is TRELA or RELA, whatever you want to call it, requiring written disclosure of both sellers and potential buyers from the person engaging in wholesaling.
So this is not really our issue, so I propose just moving on to the next bill.
I think that's it.
Doesn't affect form.
Oh, there is one, yeah.
We just
Ooh,
got
yeah.
a request that the committee consider whether to address in contract forms. Nothing is required, but if you
Yeah.
wanted to think about that.
Is there anything in the bill that says we should or no?
I don't
It
think
just makes the disclosure a written requirement now. So the request was just, hey, should we look at this in the contracts? But if Kendall does.
So if we do something about it, it would not obviously be in the seller's disclosure notice because we don't change the statute. But it might be somewhere in the contract, maybe where the buyer is, or the seller is identified. Maybe a checkbox
Yeah,
that
I was
says,
gonna say,
I
that's
am
exactly
a.
what I was thinking. I know I'm getting the look on, and I'm just gonna ignore you for a minute.
Right.
But a check box, just buyer
Or
or
seller.
seller is or is not a wholesaler. Because it is a problem.
And then
It
we
is
have
a
to define
real
wholesaling.
problem. And I guarantee you that 98% of those wholesalers aren't gonna know this bill passed and that they have to disclose it.
Oh, I think they do, actually. There's quite a bit of chatter out there,
But
but
the buyer has had to disclose for several years. If
And
I
they
bought it
don't.
and was selling it, I had to disclose. You didn't have to disclose to the seller. That's the only thing that changed in this, is they added the disclosure to the
And they've
seller.
they haven't been disclosing thus far. I mean,
I'm just saying, that's,
I would
I think this,
like a way to push it
for
in
most
front
of
of
your
them.
transactions, if you put a disclosure in this in the contract forms, it's gonna cause confusion among the licensees out there, most of them, and most of the buyers and sellers. I don't disagree that this should be well-published and well-educated. I just think you're gonna cause confusion in the contract forms. I don't think this is the place to solve the problem.
well, I don't know. And again, I think some of this might require some thoughtfulness when there's a little more time. What has happened, and Scott, again, I'm looking at you to make sure I'm reporting this correctly. You know, what has happened in the prior legislative session and in the rules is that, you know, a person who is engaging in the activity of selling equitable title has to be licensed or has to list with a licensee. They can no longer just go out there and,
no, you do not have to be licensed to sell it.
well, it has to be disclosed.
From the buyer side, yes. This added the seller. But I agree with Lee, it needs to be disclosed. I just don't know if you put it in the contract because it's gonna cause huge confusion.
Why?
I'm
Why
trying
does
to
it
figure
cause
out-
you, again?
Are you flipping it? Are you wholesaling it? Do you have, I mean, yeah, I don't know where you would put it.
Well, it says, you know, the ledge wants us to have them disclose in writing the nature of the equitable interest.
Right, so explain that to the average buyer. And have a broker explain that to the average buyer. I just think you're deepening this area. This is a unlicensed activity enforcement action that needs to take place. This is what this is targeting. And I just don't think that we can do that in the contract forms without causing confusion.
Well, I think the subcommittee ought to consider it some more, but
I mean, I think
but there's
confused
nothing
easily, and
we need to do
we
now.
deal with that on every.
I would love
Thank you.
to have to run a flag up the pole that they're doing that. I just don't know if the contract's the right place to do it, but, I mean.
Well,
Yeah,
there's
and
an
I'm,
old axiom with this committee that goes way back, which is we draft a contract form, we don't solve every problem out there.
clearly,
Yeah.
and we, and we try not to create any new problems.
There's that.
This isn't a new problem.
Well, and most wholesalers don't use direct contracts.
Right.
So.
She's right.
I think John makes.
Is
a
that
good
true?
point, too, on
How
the
do we know that?
enforcement component of that, and it being an 1101.
All right, so
Okay,
no
so
action
we move
now.
on.
Got a hand.
Oh, sorry,
More
Jim.
awful flippers, which are real pain out there. They don't use our good contracts. They're gonna use something. awful.
Well, I
Maybe.
don't flippers get a bad name with wholesalers.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. no,
They've actually taken title.
Yeah.
There's some bad ones out
Yeah.
there.
Well, there's bad ones in everything. Yeah, and we do have a pretty free market society. It's not, nobody wants to touch that.
She looked at you.
To Chairman Kester's point, education, indeed, buyers are supposed to disclose if they're working with an agent. If the agent doesn't know that they need to disclose, and we've seen that in addition to wholesalers have been flippers that do use the Trek contract and come in and purport that they're going to be the one closing, and they really aren't. So to Trek educating articles about the fact that it does need to be disclosed because it's in the license law, I think we need to continue to do that right now because of the economy. So I agree.
Okay. So no action at this moment. All right. Senator Schwertner's bill SB 1659 related to the sunset review process and certain governmental entities subject to that process.
Yeah, Vanessa took us there a minute ago.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Lee was ready to move on or not.
Yes, you can move on. I know I'm lost. I'm sure. No, we can keep moving. I lost. I'm good.
You haven't lost yet.
You're losing. haven't
Oh,
Yeah,
so, okay, so I give. Okay.
committee, baby.
I vote you lose, but you could reintroduce later.
Right.
I should move on. Wait, I'll be reintroducing in July, Charlie, after you leave.
And I'm my second.
Yep. So relating to the sunset review process and certain governmental entities subject to that. Okay, and so I'm gonna look back to Vanessa, who was all over this. So it's special purpose review of Trek, limited to reviewing disclosures, which again, this seems extremely weird and random since Trek just went through sunset. I feel like that was just 5 minutes ago. I know it was 4 years ago.
5 years ago.
Oh, 5 years ago, but,
So this is just a special purpose review.
Right, this is, so, like this, I wouldn't think of this as a Trek thing. I think it truly is disclosures required by law. We are the lucky ones that hold that. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think we know yet what this is gonna look like. But they've reached out to us, and without a doubt, it will involve folks in this room. And we'll take a look at it. I think the conversation that we just had though about, the why did you move forward with this? Why was it this way? Why do you not, move forward and with other ones? And what's been the back and forth on that? I think that's probably the analysis I would, if I know my sunset, they'll have some recommendations, they'll have some thoughts.
sure.
But we really wanted to give you all the heads up because I think this is unique and it will impact this committee and we will be a part of it with you.
I think this is a great exercise because it allows us to take all the notices that are out there that relate to real estate in any way. More residential real estate, but really real estate for anyway, and to put them all in one area potentially. And I think so there's some creative possibilities here. So.
Right. And we haven't published it or moved forward with the second round, but we did make some changes in the farm and ranch because most of the time a seller's disclosure notice statutory form is not required. But sometimes it is. But there's important disclosures that need to happen. And so we've lined them out within the contract document, which is different and receiving some feedback, except most of I'm going to go ahead and call out particular ranch brokers that I know well and am related to. They haven't sent in any formal comments, but they're taking note of them at least, that there's more disclosures that need to happen. And just like the work we looked at just a moment ago about leases, I think that's good stuff that we've lined it out. Okay, you actually need to produce your leases, the residential leases, the mineral leases and so forth. But all right, so we'll see when that happens and staff will let us know what happened, who needs to get involved in that. All right, I think we're If you agree, Ron, are we
Mhm.
ready to move on
We are.
to the deferred? Now we're ready to talk about deferred comments and recommendations from committee members concerning possible changes to contract forms. And then that would be where we need to look back to the minutes. Correct. Correct, yeah, Abby. Driving here.
Yeah, and I think the drafts, from the suggestions from last time.
So in your main packet, the first packet, which had 77 pages, you know, from the February minutes that we'd asked staff to add some things, adding statements to 6E11. And that was done into our
Do you want to take
current
these
drafts.
one at a time if we have comments as we go through? Because I have some
Sure.
comments like it.
Yeah, let's do that. And which one are you looking at? Are you at 1 to 4?
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up. So
Okay, so if everybody will go to, and we can roll back up to the unincorporated, unimproved is the first one in your packet. But then the second document, which I think is page
27.
is page 20 to
77.
27. If you'll go to that in your packet, that's the 1 to 4 family residential with all the current deferred.
We've got these bookmarked if that's easier for anybody who's got it up.
Yeah.
I think that's the easiest way.
So the first recommendation that's included is in 6, 11, and 12, 6E, 11, and 12.
So that's going to be on page 23 of your packet.
So obviously, I don't like the word warning there. I don't think that's appropriate for a contract. I simply think we should be matter of fact. It simply says the failure to provide statutorily required notices may provide for certain statutory remedies, including but not limited to termination of contract. I just think we should just be very matter of fact about it, not make it a big deal, because that's what it is, right?
So you want to take out,
Yeah, so I would rephrase this to read, to strike warning
warning and A.
and just, you can put notice. I think we do that sometimes and say a seller's failure to provide certain or applicable statutory required notices may provide buyer with certain remedies and rights to terminate. Just leave it like that. Then they have to go to the statutes and check it out.
So you want to replace warning with notice?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
So under required notices, you want to say notice.
Right. Or, well, it's really because it's.
What if we say nothing?
You could just say,
Just a statement.
you could just say a seller, start with that word, a
Right,
seller.
I agree.
Yeah.
Or seller, so I take out the word warning, take out the word A. Seller's failure to give, and are you okay with the
I'm always in
language that
favor
says-
of bolding all the words we can.
No. Failure to give-
I'm happy that we've eliminated a
Are
word.
you only
That's
worried
what I'm
about
good with, eliminating a word.
Yeah, I would just simply say, I would strike the warning notice.
Yeah.
And then substitute,
statutory for required?
yeah, I would just say, let me put in here, substitute.
Well, there's some notices that may
I
not
would
be
just say-
statutory.
I would just lose warning and lose A.
That's what I would do.
I would just simply say the failure to provide applicable statutory notices.
Ron, would you do a favor?
Seller's failure.
Do Tony and I a favor and just look at this,
Yeah,
take
okay.
off warning and A, and can you live with that?
Seller's failure
To give certain required notices may provide buyer,
Well, I think that you have
With
to refer to them to
remedies.
statutory notices,
why?
because that's where the remedies are. The remedies are not in, because you already have the remedies built into the contract.
That's
The
what I'm
remedies are in
saying.
the statute.
Well,
Well, then there's notices. There are some notices that are not statutory
Which
that are
one?
in the contract that allow you to,
Right, but that's not what you're talking about here. In 6E, you're talking about statutorily required notices. Look at the title of 6E.
So let's think this through. If it's required is describing the word notices, and these notices, are they all statutory or not?
Yes. Everything under
Statute make them
6E,
required?
that's why I'm saying if applicable statutory notices, and that's why I want to use the word may, because I don't know if they're, and these
May
could,
give
right.
certain required statutory notices.
because it's in statute.
Yeah. I would just simply say may provide buyer with,
Let's see what it's.
certain remedies or rights to terminate.
I would take out certain.
Potentially.
I think.
I just think,
We like less is more.
I know, so look
You need
up
certain.
here, what,
Why does it have to be certain? What is certain remedies?
Take out certain.
okay,
There's just remedies.
Seller's failure to provide applicable statutory notice may provide buyer with remedies or rights to terminate the contract.
Notice or notices?
I put notices, I changed it.
Okay. Like, what is applicable?
Well, that's what I'm
Versus
saying.
required
Well,
versus statutory.
They're
Well,
only
a lot
applicable
of
if they
notices don't
apply.
apply to the statute.
If I'm not in a PID,
It's
It
a
doesn't
fancy way to
apply.
pronounce that.
I'm okay with that, actually. I know, but I agree with that because some things are not applicable, so they don't have to be given. So we don't want to like imply that you have to give every
Oh, I
statutory
get it.
possible notice.
To me, it's just more words to say required.
What was wrong with what we
Do
had?
you like required?
Because it said warning. He didn't like
I know we took
warning.
out warning, but after warning, what was
I'm
wrong?
indifferent on this now.
He wants to say, to refer to it as being
Certain-
statutory. so
Certain
that-
and
so-
applicable
so-
are different.
Because we're
I can put
describing
required.
statutory notice.
No, I'm good with that. That's fine.
Okay. I don't mind, required's
I
fine
think
with me as well.
required works.
Y'all like it applicable or
I'm
required?
just,
I like required.
You like required? I
Well-
don't think you'll win.
Thank you.
Hold on.
SJ's gonna take it away.
Hold on. What I have a problem with about required, which actually is the title of this little section, 12, they're not all required in every transaction. It is required if they're applicable, but it is not required if they're not. So again, I don't live in a mud or a
I'm just
pit,
saying,
and if I'm
required-
selling my house, I don't have any applicable.
Well, then it's not required.
they're not
I,
required.
okay, but
If you don't have it, it's not required.
speaking to the public user of this form,
Exactly.
I think applicable is more descriptive. Because
Okay,
you've already
so-
said required notices.
So that would be a good reason to stay with the required. So I don't,
I think it's a reason to go with applicable.
You wanna
because
change
you've already
applicable up
said
here.
required. No, they're required.
Those never coming back.
I
They're
know,
required if they're required in your
It-
situation.
I think in this
I think the
context,
public understands
applicable
required
and
is
required mean the same thing.
I
I do too.
disagree with that.
You do?
I disagree with that.
I don't.
Okay, some of the public is not
Hey,
aware of a
don't
lot.
So,
be in your
before you
office.
leave me, join in with me on this is how it's gonna play out at trial. Give me this is how it's gonna play out at trial.
It plays out at trial when the 12 random people can understand what you're trying to say.
So applicable to me, what do you think?
I think 12 random people understand required.
You think, I think 12 random people, well, first of all, they're gonna see required. It's in the required section. So look at the
Yeah, so
clause
that's,
as a whole, required notices, blah, blah, blah. And then your not warning is.
You're referring back to the
they're
required
applicable.
notices.
exactly. So that, I
So with
do-
that, so you got a
All
required,
right, yeah.
so you're on applicable.
I'm with Bo. I don't think 12 strangers get applicable as well as required, but
I thought you were on applicable.
well, he said that and I was like, you know what? Bo's not making sense down there. Today.
It's in the required
That
section.
makes sense.
How about we say required or applicable?
Required and applicable. And
Required applicable.
To make it
Just
more,
trying to make it hard.
SJ's right though, the appropriate
Yeah.
grammatical word is applicable.
Yeah, she is right.
All right, stop there, do applicable, move on.
okay, we'll change it next time. How about that?
Yeah.
No, I'm just
No,
trying.
the three of us roll off at the same time. So if I lose to the two of you, I've lost, you know?
At least 2 more years, but no, that's what I'm saying. Cindy Tisdale, please pick me not a title company owner, please get me a real lawyer.
Oh, come on now. That one hurt.
You don't
You don't even own a title company. You were
Not
recruited, John.
anymore.
You were recruited as a real lawyer and then, no. Well, I guess you're back. He's back. George PLLC.
It's,
I am back.
He's back practicing law.
it's
I love
just
it.
a notice.
So we're unapplicable. Okay, so everyone, can they quickly look at the screen and make sure there's no typos and we're all good.
I'm going with
Can I
it.
ask
I'm
a
afraid
question?
to-
I heard someone comment about this line being in bold, the way items are in 2 and 3, and it's important enough, I'm afraid to get lost if it isn't in bold.
In 2 and 3, what?
If you look over under E, 2 and 3 and HOAs, that line, those lines are bold because it's considered important. And I think we're doing a great job by adding this, referencing these forms. It's going to get lost if it's not in bold. So whoever commented that, I think that's a good idea.
I was joking and I don't think it needs to be bold.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be bolded either.
I want to be
And
jealous with
it's
bolding.
connected to those rights. to
Yeah,
terminate.
yeah, it becomes less important if you use it too much. So I think that's a good comment, but I think generally, we like it is?
I'm good without
I'm
the
glad to see the
bolding.
wording.
I love it.
Okay,
I
love
bet
it.
you do. I bet you do.
Ron. Thank you, Ron. All right, if we move to Ron's next comment,
No,
which
no,
I'm
that's
sure will
it.
be in the next thing. So
Oh, that's it in the
did you
form.
want to roll
That's it.
through the form?
That's it.
Okay.
That's the form.
Do you
That's
want
all
to, let's go
change,
back
right?
up to the unincorporated if we're gonna, I don't know.
No, I
who
think
wanted
it's
it.
we were on the agenda item deferred comment, so now I think we go
Yes.
back to the minutes, right? Is that right? Abby, do you have other changes?
There was a change to the third party.
Roll, roll.
Move from the 1 to 4 can affect all of it.
Nope, we're moving. Sorry,
What
boss.
would you like to?
All due
On the
respect.
mold remediation, y'all probably hash this out, and it's probably a really stupid question. But as a pricing broker, you have the word must disclosed for the last 5 years. What if I've owned that 3 years?
It's up to your knowledge.
Where are you, Scott? I'm sorry.
12.
Well, you can't disclose what you don't know.
On
Okay,
12,
just-
are we still in
And that's
there?
defensible.
Yeah, yeah.
Which contract are you looking at right now?
Absolutely nothing. I'm just waiting for y'all to bring something else
We
up.
answered his question. We answered his question.
He's been sufficiently beat down. He's not.
Okay, third-party finance,
Okay, third-party financing in your package
page 73.
at page 73. Rolling.
And the change is actually on
Yeah,
74.
actually, I do have a comment about this one.
Of course you do. I'm not on 73 yet. What's your comment, Mr. Walker?
No, because I remember John bringing this issue up before, and I think the issue is good to address.
So you're actually on page 74.
74.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
I think one, there's a grammatical issue that can be solved. And secondly, but more important, I guess, is the way that we calculate. We're now using 3 days before, right?
Oh, down below. And B.
In B, I'm sorry, yeah. So, well, let me go to 4A, the first box there. So buyer may terminate this contract within so many days after the effective date of the contract by giving seller one notice of termination and a copy of written statement from the lender setting forth the reasons for the determination. I think we should put a period there and say, if the buyer terminates this contract, the earnest money will be refunded. Okay, because this looks like this applies just to 2, and I think what we're saying is that, and then, because the next sentence says, of course, if buyer does not terminate, so you have both of those covered.
So you said 4A, but you really meant in 2A. In
I'm sorry,
2A,
yeah.
which is paragraph 2A, which is on page 2 of 2 of the form, which is actually on page 74 of your packet at the top. So this is 2A, and there's some
So it's just a grammatical,
changed language. So you want it to say, buyer may terminate this contract within blank days after the effective date of the contract by giving seller,
notice of termination,
Notice of
and a
termination.
copy of the written statement from the lender setting forth the reasons for the lender's determination.
period.
And then say, if the buyer terminates this contract under this provision, which mirrors the next sentence, because that
Yeah,
one
yeah.
says buyer does not
Does
terminate.
not terminate, okay.
I'm fine with that.
That makes sense. I still struggle
That's
with
good.
within blank days though.
I like that too.
I know we beat that to death, but I
Oh, you wanna
still
say
struggle
after?
with it. I don't know what to say because I know we struggled with it for 30 minutes last time, but I don't think it's very good.
Is within blank days not defined?
No, the within is the confusing part. Okay, so in legal worlds, day one, the effective day is day zero.
Yes.
And then the next day is day one, the next day is, so if
So
we
we
put
count.
in here, within 3 days,
Does the
after the
third day-
effective date, that would be, go ahead, John.
No, sorry, the discussion last time was more focused, I believe, on 2B, and it was the not later than language that was causing the confusion. I'm not
Yes.
sure in our last discussion that we had a lot of thoughts on the
yeah,
actually
that's-
within so many
yeah.
days. That's actually consistent with the other calculations
Yeah.
that are done.
Right.
Could you, would honor before making sense?
How do we do it in the option?
We say so many days after the effective date.
Yeah.
Does it within blank days?
I think
I think
it's the same calculation because we have the word after.
Option.
Is that how, what does it say?
Yeah.
It says.
So many within blank days
blank
after.
days. So it's the same terminology.
Okay, if it's consistent.
Yeah. Agree with that, consistency.
Okay, so in 4B, I think the fix here on the 3 days, it should, where it says that, we'll just read the whole sentence. If buyer's lender determines that the property does not satisfy lender's underwriting requirements for the loan, including but not limited to appraisal, 3 days before the closing date, I think we need to say on or before the third day before the closing date. Because the way that there's different interpretations of calculating going backwards, not so much going forwards when you use the word after. But I've
Right.
run across 2 or 3 different interpretations.
Well,
So-
also,
And
just
that was the
practical-
conversation that we had,
Right.
and it was a long conversation.
So I think if you want to be on that third day, so you have the closing date, right? You back up 1 day, that's your first day. Then the second day, then the third day, right? So this says before or earlier. So I think you should say on, which if you want the third day there.
To be included.
To be included or before. Now, in my prior discussions, I think with John before, I think that was your intent, John, was to hit the third day, right?
Correct.
Right, and the intent of the or earlier was to make it clear that people don't have to sit around and wait until the
Right.
3 days before. So
Honor
we're saying the
before.
same thing, but just better. Right,
I do
So-
like Ron's suggested language. I think that
right.
alleviates the concern that we had going into it in terms of the interpretation of it. And it's very simple at that.
So Ron's typing up how he wants it to look. So in just a second, we're gonna eyeball this for 2B.
That's the way everybody reads it.
I remember
we
us
did.
discussing this
No, I
last
was-
time, by the end of it,
Well, my-
what I learned was I didn't
Yes,
know how
that's
to.
right.
Is it 2B or 4B?
Well, my preference,
It's 2B.
2B.
my preference is not.
No, it's
We tried
2B.
4.
It's a good one.
It's 2B, Mr. Walker.
So I don't know why I wanted to go to 4.
I
Maybe,
know.
you know what it is? It used to be paragraph 4 in the contract, didn't it?
Yes. What do you call
That's
that?
around my age.
A,
Page. Was it that
not
long
just
ago?
historic,
It was a long time ago.
photographic memory, man, who has all the versions of the contract.
Front and back legal
Yeah, we've
size,
got to download that.
1 page.
That'd be sweet.
That's what it
But we
used to
would have
be.
45 addendums.
It didn't cover enough. Yeah.
I feel like it was 5 or 6 when I started.
It was front and back of a legal size page when I started.
Now, you know,
Yeah.
It was 9 when I started.
Yeah.
It was
We're
not.
going to 11 now. Yeah. Yeah, I got on this committee.
Okay, so that's what I have.
all right, y'all look at the screen. It's now gonna say on or before the third day before the closing date.
That's it.
So it's gonna say if buyer's lender determines the property does not satisfy the lender's underwriting requirements for the loan, including but not limited to appraisal, insurability, and lender repairs, buyer may terminate this contract on or before the third day before the closing
Date.
date.
I have a,
By giving,
The
and then it would
befores-
go on, by giving
it's too many
seller.
befores, they're confusing me. The second before, could we say prior? Would that be the same thing?
What?
We use on or before a lot.
If we said on or before the third day prior,
What if you?
No.
okay, it's just on or before the third day before.
We're gonna be
The befores are
redundant.
confusing me. I mean, it's too many befores.
Do you like prior to the closing?
Well, we want to be consistent.
Yeah.
Closing
Hand
dates.
up, hand up. Is that Mary? No. Yes.
It is Mary.
Yes, that is Mary.
Hello.
Hello?
Go
We can hear
ahead.
you.
The only question I have, and this is, it always when we are in third party, it says if we don't do this, the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. But then when we go back into the contract and under escrow in 18, it said it may be refunded if we don't get everybody to agree. So I'm asking, I've had those challenges with buyers going, here it says will, and I have to go back and say, well, it may be. I don't know how we can fix that, but that's something that's always been a challenge.
John, as a formal title lawyer, what do you think on that one? You want to talk?
Yeah, so on that one, that is, I'm pulling up the language now, but that's in regards to the title company's obligation to release it. And the problem with changing that from may to must, it puts the title company in the position of playing judge and jury on who's right and whether the notices were timely given. And so the language generally is allowing the title company to release it, but not requiring them to. And if they do release it in response to that particular provision, then there's release language, so they're protected. But I think we get into trouble if we're requiring title companies to do it because they aren't in the position to know all the facts and to make that determination on who's right and who is not.
I agree.
Yeah, so bottom line, 18C, the demand, applies to any kind of termination that would involve the earnest money, which there's a lot more than the one we're looking at in the third party.
I agree, but it says here in B and or A, it will be refunded, but that's not a true, as smooth as it could be when you're at title. Even if I follow all the rules of A and B, the earnest money is not always refunded that smoothly, is what I'm saying.
Well,
Right. And that's the problem I'm not sure we can address, because if it's required to be done and a party doesn't do it, the courts are the proper venue for that dispute, not making the title company the arbitrator, which I think is that exactly what that language is saying there in 18. It's not about any other provision in there that requires it. It's just specifically what the title company can do or is required to do.
that's a good comment though, Mary. And, you know, it is an issue, I will say, as a practitioner, and Bo and Tony would probably say the same thing. It is a measurable percentage of complaints I get from people who are having a dispute. And I'm not going to go and lament the earnest money release notice issues that have plagued me for 10 years, 9.5 years, but
Jim has his hand up also.
yes, Jim.
Well, maybe a little bit of history, but a long time ago, they did try it with a must rather than a may. And I remember two representatives from the title industry came, and Walter Warfield, the then chairman, said, "You're wrong." And they gave, it could be, you know, bankruptcy, could be divorce, could be, you know, receiver, could be all these different things. And they just went on for a while. And then after that, Walter just said, if we change must to may, would that solve the problem? They looked at each other a little puzzled and said, yes. And I remember, I think Rick Melvin said, you handled them, Walter.
Mhm.
But it doesn't really work to put must. I don't think you can, the problem is you really get the earnest money back. And those probably been through this so many times that basically you either close, you sign the release form the title company has, which with that objectionable absolute release on both sides.
That's not their form. That's a misstatement. That's not their form.
Well, some of them put that in there. And then three, basically you go to court. And that's about the only way.
The only thing the escrow agent is going to require is a release of the escrow. That's what they are not going to require release of other people. But anyway, I think this is a dead horse, and it's a good comment, Mary, and I appreciate you bringing it up. And it's an issue, and it's going to continue to be an issue.
If I can make one last comment, SJ, before we move on. This is one in my legal practice that's the most frustrating. In the practical side, especially residential real estate, our earnest money disputes are hard to efficiently handle in a way, because the money is a few $1,000s. You go to any attorney, it's going to be a few $1,000s to settle the dispute. The other side doesn't give in. But practically, after all these years, I have not thought of a better way to do it and address it in these contracts. And I think it is one of the number one issues that at least the people legally face under these contracts are these earnest money disputes. But I all these years have not been able to think of a way to make that any better. And unfortunately, it just is a legal issue that parties need to address outside the contract.
Right. And I would agree with that 100%. And just, again, I don't know that it's a track education issue, but for anybody listening here, 100% agree with John. And my advice would be, one, earnest money ought to be appropriate, and brokers should maybe help their clients understand what appropriate is. I would think appropriate is, how long is this going to be tied up to jack around with these particular buyers who are then going to terminate the contract? 2 months? I'd say it's 3 months these days. So 3 months worth of expenses. This is the way I calculate damages. So if I've still got a mortgage, I've got insurance, I've got taxes, I've got my yard man, blah, 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 it ought to be at least that much. And if somebody can't give you that much, maybe you shouldn't do the deal. But that's from a lawyer perspective. The other thing is, people and lawyers should remember that in our contract, and again, the whole purpose of these contracts is to avoid litigation. It allows that the parties can either take the earnest money or they can go pursue their other legal remedies. So, I mean, a lawyer could go and pursue their other legal remedies. But yeah, it's an issue. I agree, John, but vet your buyers. Are we ready to rock on to the next?
Yeah, so the rest of your stuff.
My stuff?
Well, deferred discussions in paragraph 7 of the minutes. It refers back to paragraph 4K of the minutes before in October.
That's why they're there, yes.
And so there's a list of 15 or so, 17 things. And most of those you have already decided you don't need to take any action, or that you're deferring. So that comes off. And so I think what you have is a review of the new home construction forms, which is deferred, right? We'll take that up later.
We're deferring again. So this is our new deferrals. Let's make a new fresh list so we don't have to refer back.
Well, that's what I've done here.
Yeah,
Just
thank
to start
you.
I'll should always refer
back.
So we're going to defer again and review the new home construction forms.
And then we have y'all discussed in the minutes before the 1031 exchange forms, which I think you have that, those possibilities. I wasn't part of that discussion, but I like the idea of doing an addendum for a 1031. That you would just attach if it applies or not attach. And I don't have any problem with the language that, is generally proposed. But I don't think it should just be part of the standard form. I think it should just be on a different addenda.
And let's look at that on,
For clarification here, agenda we're still in number 6 and we're just generally discussing.
Deferred items.
Defer items, because in
Yes.
your minutes, you deferred,
We
you took a
deferred these stats
17-point
and things.
list and went through them last time and knocked most of them off. So, on page 5 of 77, you had some option 1 and 2 for 1031 exchanges.
Which we have not put into the draft
Right.
contracts that are in your package. So if everybody would look at page 5 of their main package, this is the language that has come up, proposed to be, well, it doesn't really say what we're gonna do with it, but either to put in a contract, or I personally also would think this would be better on a addendum. Because one of the reasons is, a lot of times, nobody knows about their 1031 situation until later. They have, and I'm not giving legal advice, but in a lot of situations, you have 45 days to select another property. So you might just think you're doing a regular deal, and then you start thinking about it a little later, and then you decide, okay, I'm gonna 1031 it, and then you can't go back and change the contract itself. You'd have to either do an amendment, and then we'd need to add this stupid thing in, or, either have another box on the amendment, or it would go into special provisions in the amendment. I don't know that that's great. Or you could add in an addenda.
Well, I don't mind, for example, something similar to option 1 and having an addendum for 1031 exchanges. But I also think maybe this is a question for the brokers, is this necessary? Is an addendum necessary for 1031s or not?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay.
You want it in the
I think 5
contract?
I think 5% rule. I think what we,
What you have is fine.
yeah.
Well, what we have is not anything.
You're talking
Yeah.
about farm and range, or no?
Yeah,
We're just talking-
we're agreeing. I mean, I don't doubt that it has ever been a problem in history. I just don't think it's anywhere near the 5%.
I do, somebody said farm and ranch. I do think
Yeah.
it's way more than 5% of farm and
Right.
ranch, and maybe unimproved.
Well, I think it's become more than 5% residential. A lot of
You do?
investors, we just did one.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need a whole provision for it.
Jim?
Well, the other problem is that sometimes they don't want you to know. I mean, I'll figure it out, and then I'll say, they've got a 45-day deadline, and I'm like, sometimes when you hear that deadline, it's like it's concession time.
That's exactly why the issue, I believe, that's why the issue came up. Because it's kind of like when we find out later there's a wholesaler or there's a flipper or some other, other kinds of thing, or, somebody that had financing and didn't do a third-party financing addenda, and it's a different transaction. It can slow it down. Maybe you wouldn't have done that deal.
But it doesn't slow down the purchase. I mean, the sale. It doesn't slow it down.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean,
It
I don't care
shouldn't.
when you close. My 45 days starts when you close.
Right. Man, I used to see that in these contracts, the brokers put in special provisions, and you're gonna cooperate with our 1031. All I just need you to do is, well, what does that even mean? All you're doing is selling. I got my own issues after I sell it.
Yeah, but I've been asked to delay a closing.
All you gotta do is say no.
Right. But
So you don't need a form. You can just say, I'm not doing it.
You've been done.
Well, yes.
I mean, because you
I don't want
oversee a lot of
to-
transactions, so.
I do, but I don't see a lot of the 1031s, and oftentimes the administrator of the 1031 requires a statement be put into special provisions when the offer is written to disclose to the seller that it's happening, but not all of them do. I see less disclosure until a problem comes up where the seller's being asked to delay the closing because the buyer wasn't able to do what they needed to do. So does it need to be part of the contract? I don't think so, because I don't think there's enough of them to warrant that inclusion.
But you only disclose if I'm selling a property as a 1031, my 1031 does not start. When I'm buying a property, I don't disclose as a 1031. I just pick up to three properties and close. So does that make sense?
I don't see what the
Well,
policy is,
good.
putting it in the contract to facilitate the purchase of that particular property.
I'm gonna call on Robin. The Texas Realtors contract, which is in here that we've modeled our option one on, other than like kind instead of like king. Can you give us any insight about why the Texas Realtors contract includes a 1031, and it also is for sellers or buyers?
And so this is part of our commercial contract. This is
Okay.
From our commercial contract. This suggestion actually came from me at the last meeting or meeting before, I think, from our farm and ranch
Right.
group that we had put together, who requested something like this because they are seeing it in those land deals. And so that was the request. I brought it up for discussion purposes. I think this is.
Can you elaborate on why? Is it because sellers want to delay so their clock doesn't start
It's
ticking?
so that everyone
No,
has,
just everybody knows.
has notice and knows what's going on.
But why? I understand what you're saying, but
Yeah.
why?
No, I didn't.
The knowledge is only good for, like you said, to stall, for leverage the other side. I mean, it has nothing to do with facilitating that closing.
Well, it also, okay,
Doesn't want their clock.
I don't want people in calling and asking me for information that I don't know about. You know, if I've got the one side or the other, and if I really do need to give them information because they're the 1031 administrator for the other side, I should know about that ahead of time. One, so I can help the deal happen correctly, right? If I have stuff they need.
Well, I think drafting the language is one thing. I'm trying to ascertain, is there a need enough to go in and create an addendum for it? That's my question.
Me too, and I still can't find what is the issue that we're trying to address in residential?
We're not trying to address it in residential.
Okay.
Now I'm remembering. Thank
What
you,
about farm and
Robin.
ranch? If we limit it
It
to
is for farm and
Yeah.
ranch. Well, I think farm and ranch are
Now, if we do it for farm and
Improved.
ranch, it's easy enough to use it for residential.
But what is it?
Well,
What
we're
is it
talking
that
about
we're
putting in a
trying to,
contract.
what problem are we trying to solve?
the problem we were trying to solve in the farm and ranch working group. And again, I think the why do I say that? Unimproved contract probably should have it as well, because sometimes it's not a ranch, it's that. But we're trying to help the brokers and public that are dealing with those contracts, have as much information in the actual contract document that they would need to address commonly.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at is, and
Commonly,
I can guess the idea, but I don't know if I'm right. My guess is if I'm a seller, I very may well want to delay. And you want a buyer to be aware of that.
yes.
That they're buying a property that has a date, but the seller may very well likely want to extend that date. Is that what we're trying to address?
I don't know, but even if you were, what difference? Buyer could say, I'm not gonna agree to extend.
Yeah.
Whatever your problems are, however you wanna go make your money, whatever else you wanna go flip, that's not my problem.
The only reason you need notice is IRS says you must give notice that it is. That's
To the
the only
buyer?
reason you give notice. No, to the title company for disbursement.
Right, no, right.
But that can be done separately and without the buyer.
Yeah.
And
I've got an agenda from Commissioner Harvey Lowe.
Commissioner,
She does a lot of it.
great. Commissioner, please go ahead.
Thank you. I was part of a working group for Farm and Ranch, and we do a lot of farm and ranch contracts and agribusiness contracts that deal with a 1031. And the working group thought that it was important enough for full disclosure to all the parties, to include that in some way. Now, for years, I've had a battery of attorneys prepare a document for special provisions when there's a 1031 tax deferred exchange involved in the transaction. The seller may want to extend a closing for multiple reasons. They can't identify a property or they can't get it contracted. But also for the consumer's protection, that buyer needs to realize that's part of a 1031, because the funds don't go to the seller. They go to a qualified intermediary. And to protect the seller as well, if the buyer decides that they're not going to close the transaction for whatever reason, the tax consequence can be quite significant if they aren't allowed to purchase the property. So I think the thought behind that was mostly for full disclosure and transparency. And we're not trying to fix something that's not working. It's just, we're disclosing every other thing. Maybe this is something that should be disclosed as well.
Yes.
This is not my area at all, so you should pretty much ignore everything about the state. But I can't figure out why it would be disclosed.
I can't figure out what it has to do with.
Well,
But again, it's not my area.
it is my area and
It's
it
mine
is,
too.
and Mary, I know, does a lot of farm and ranch. And the information is important. And the language that we've proposed just doubles down on what Tony has mentioned multiple times, which is, I don't have to do anything different. You can't make me do anything different. No changes needed, but everybody should be aware. And we can have a situation, where both the seller and the buyer are doing 1031s.
So if I have,
If I'm representing a seller who's getting a divorce, there can be wild complications that might be anticipated, and we don't disclose that. We can't disclose.
Huge one.
Yeah, we can't, we don't disclose every possible situation.
We
So,
disclose pretty
no.
much all the other situations.
Yeah.
Although
If we disclose, we almost have to go with option one, because option two just says that either party may. Well, they may do that now. So if you don't
And it's not like
disclose,
you have
almost
to give
the option
permission,
one.
so.
I mean, I know I'm not big time or anything, but I do have Texas land brokers and agents that work for me and do buy and sell ranch real estate as well. And it's never necessary to know for my purpose of my transaction, setting my closing dates, whatever. Now, my particular party may want, I need more time. I haven't found anything yet. In fact, personally, I buy and sell ranches and flip land. So, and 1031. So I want it for maybe my leverage or no, but it has nothing to do with why I'm buying and selling this property. I mean, it's still, I'm buying, I'm closing on this date. So the buyer's a 1031. What's that have to do with me?
Well,
I mean, unless I want to be overly involved and manipulate the.
What do the brokers want? Are the brokers wanting?
this came from.
And I agree with everything.
Came from Robin.
It sounds like the farm and ranch
It
brokers
came
are
from the
wanting
farm and ranch working groups and farm and ranch brokers, and respectfully to anybody who does this, everybody does a different kind of thing. Okay. And I will tell you that the contracts that I'm aware of can be, very, 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 very large ranches. And, one of the main drivers in the last couple of years when we got a new president who says, okay, I'm going to get rid of the capital gains tax. And there were some other estate tax things. There was a lot of serious family, discussions, family holding discussions on ranch property. And that is one of the reasons a lot of stuff's traded that never traded before. And a lot of those were done in 1031s. I don't know. It's requested. It's been requested by users of this contract.
I'm not worried about the sophisticated guys, right? Because they're going to have lawyers on these.
They all should. They should.
Right? So the question that comes up is in the smaller farm and ranch deal, is this necessary? And it seems to me, if we're going to do anything, we definitely should do it as an addendum because that would give the buyer or the seller the option not to have it on there. Yeah, or if they felt like they needed to do it, then they could throw it on there. But I don't see that it needs to be in the form.
Lee.
So anything we do has to go out for public comment. And we know that these brokers, at least a handful of them, right, are asking for it. So why don't we draft an addendum for 1031 exchange and put it out there and see what feedback we get?
I agree. That's a good idea.
Right. Now, my question for you is this. If we create a mandatory form for 1031 exchanges, then do we infer that if there is a 1031 exchange, it needs to be attached? And does that cause problems?
Yes.
It doesn't,
do
it's
infer.
not it doesn't have to be a mandatory.
Can we do a
form.
voluntary form?
So I proposed it and then took away.
What if we do a voluntary?
I think it's a voluntary form. that we put it out there and see what the.
And the voluntary form could be used for residential.
So we
Used for
giving
anything.
people an out?
Yeah.
Hey, if you don't do the 1031, I can get out because I want to protect my money. I want to be able to flip and make more money elsewhere, and y'all didn't give me the right notice, or is it just a
We're saying it's a
notice?
voluntary form.
My last thought on this, and I'll stop on this, but I agreed with what you said about the large ranches and all that, but the underlying theme that we have hit for the last 20 minutes on this topic is we want it in there to make sure people can protect their money from tax consequences and whatever necessary.
No.
It's not so
The
much.
theme is notice.
Disclosure.
But
But if
the
it's
purpose of the
voluntary-
disclosure is so I can make sure I got enough time, or I don't delay this, like what Bo was going to the beginning. It's basically, I want to make sure, if I'm a wealthy person, I want to make sure that I don't get in a deal that I get screwed over on because I want to buy something else. The whole point of our contracts, we're not promulgating forms and addendum to make sure people can avoid taxes.
That's not at all the point, and I don't think that was the discussion. That's not an accurate description of the discussion. The
Well,
discussion and the whole
I'm
point of
involved
it.
in large ranches and I do a lot of this, like, that's for people to protect their money. It has nothing to do with, I'm gonna buy this acreage. They're worried about
Okay,
repercussions.
maybe I didn't say it as, well, no, it's used a lot. Okay, I'm just saying it's used a lot. And in my experience, it's used a lot with some of the larger transactions. But our point now is not to protect any particular person. We want to be fair to both buyers and sellers, but if it can be helpful, the ranch brokers aren't going to use the seller's disclosure notice most of the time. They're not going to, this is a commonly used form, I guess is.
Can I propose maybe a way to end the conversation, at least for today, is to ask staff to go ahead and draft up an addendum, bring it here for our next meeting, let us look at it, and we can chew on whether or not we want it or not. And that'll give us time to go back home and decide, is this something?
Can I add a slight, I agree with that. Can I add something?
Yes.
I think it would be helpful for the brokers who are wanting this to articulate what it is they're trying to achieve, because I can't figure it out. No, but it's not my area. You may have great reasons why you want it. I'd like to know what those are.
Can
I'm
I
gonna
reach
put
out
the
to Texas
commissioner-
Alliance of Land Brokers and ask them if they're interested?
They can make a comment just like
Yeah,
the
that'd be
public,
smart.
but let me ask the commissioner, sorry to put you on the spot. It's almost time for a break, speaking of articulating, but if you can articulate better than anybody has here, anything that you wanted to share with us on that before we close the topic.
No, I think sending it out for response is a great thing, and I will reach out to some of the working group to see if there were some kind of minutes to that. What we'll do is talk with the Realtor Land Institute and get feedback there. That maybe would be very helpful to the committee as to why it's important. And it's not just farm and ranch; it would also be commercial.
We don't have a
We don't have a
commercial
commercial.
contract on Trek, but I agree that also
Understand.
on the unimproved
Yes,
land.
transitional land. Transitional land that might be for future development. We'll just see. I will reach out to some of the land brokers that we work with on a daily basis and agribusiness brokers, and get you some information there if it'll help.
You know, we're just kicking the can. I'm just gonna note, we're just kicking the can down the road because this is exactly what we did last time, is we asked staff to come up with the language and get the information, and they did. But
Well, what we can do is look at this in the form of an addendum and then go back and gather some more information related to need.
Yeah.
And then come back.
and then if it's an addendum, we were talking about a voluntary.
Well, yeah, and I'd be interested in
So
looking
just
at some other addendum that may have been used in other transactions that perhaps I can grab and just see what else are some of the other issues.
I don't know that there are. I think it's just become a problem. In my experience, there have not been addenda, and it's just been, this is the result of some drama that was
I may be mistaken.
occurred because it hadn't been disclosed.
Are you trying to accomplish the awareness of the party that is not involved in the 1031. So
Correct.
they understand if you make it voluntary and the people who are doing the 1031 somehow see it as a disadvantage to disclose it, they just won't disclose it.
That is a great point, which is,
And I don't know, I'm not.
yeah, what I wanted is in the farm and ranch contract, and this didn't, I don't think the minutes actually reflect that. This looks like it would be in all of them. But the farm and ranch for sure, and the unimproved. But it's pretty, it's not gonna hurt putting it in any of the other contracts. There's nothing that would hurt, other than this makes the contract longer.
It was in there, farm and ranch and other forms.
Okay, well, in other forms.
So, okay.
All right, let's take a break. It's 11. Let's take a 7-minute break.
Okay.
How about that? So be back at 7 after. Jim, take it outside. All right, on our deferred, so we've closed the discussion on the 1031. The last deferred, you said done.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's in there. Okay, so the last deferred item is number 17 of our deferred items from October, is review of the Agricultural Foreign Investment Disclosure Act. Woo!
By its description, that is a farm and ranch issue, correct?
We're gonna review it.
Yeah, it says
Okay.
here, this
What is it
act
in that?
requires that a foreign person who acquires, disposes of, or holds an interest in the U.S. agricultural land must disclose such transactions and holdings to the Secretary of Agriculture.
Wow.
So I had pulled up the act. That's just a quick summary.
And I haven't read the definitions, but general drafting principles, that would mean currently in agriculture.
John, have you run across this in your former title days?
I have not.
This is a disclosure not between buyer and seller, it's
Yeah,
a
it's-
disclosure to the government. So
It's
why-
kind of like the foreign persons thing
Yeah.
for IRS that you're supposed to make if you're.
But this goes to the Farm Service Agency.
Yeah, the Department of Agriculture. It's the federal U.S. Department of Agriculture, right? It's not state.
Right.
So, I don't know. I
Is the
think,
burden on the foreign person to make the disclosure? It's not in this case on
Who
the.
acquires, disposes of, or holds an interest. So that would be seller, buyer.
But it's not the other party that has to disclose it. It's the party that is the foreign person.
if it's a foreign person
Right.
and they acquire or they dispose.
Yeah. it's-
Well, I mean, on the tax
So
thing.
you
it's
might
the
have
other
a foreign
party.
seller or a foreign buyer.
But with the FERPTA thing, I think we include that because some law tells us we had to.
Yes.
But I also think it's because if they don't, then the buyer ends up being responsible for those taxes.
And in this case, I
This
don't,
isn't something like that. I'm not sure why it would be in the contract.
because it's the burden of the person who is the foreign party to disclose.
Right, but it doesn't have anything to do
That's
with the
my point.
agreement between the
Well-
buyer and seller.
Other than
So-
it's triggered by a transaction. Okay, so this disclosure is triggered by a transaction. So
Well, all
the
we'd have,
concern is in a farm and ranch or,
But isn't there is some trigger that it is actually, the disclosure is important in it, and I'm forgetting what the hell it is.
well, there's
Isn't
a
there some-
25% penalty of the fair market value of the land assessed to the non-disclosure. So that's a problem.
Yeah.
but that's if you know.
They know, this is the
Well, they
person
know if they're
that was in the
No, no, no.
transaction.
I'm saying the title company can't be withholding this if they're not aware.
Well, they don't, there's nothing for the title company to withhold.
Or whoever withholds.
There's no withholding
Yeah.
related
Oh,
to
you
this.
said
This is
that.
not, this is
I'm
not
sorry.
FERPTA.
You
Yeah,
used
she's
that. I'm
saying
sorry.
if
You were
you
referring to
don't-
FERPTA.
No, I
If
said it's a
they don't
penalty. If they
disclose
don't do
it
it,
to-
there's a penalty.
Oh, okay,
And
okay.
it's within, and they also have 90 days to do it. So what we were wondering is, the reason this is on this deferred list is this something we as helpers of brokers and helpers of public, members of the public in the state of Texas, is this helpful to them? In the farm and ranch contract, if we included a notice in the contract
I don't think
that
it's,
applies to that.
I don't really want to add that responsibility to
Hold
a
on.
license holder.
Well, it's not to a license holder. It would be in the form
Exactly, but
contract.
we would be adding it to the license holder if it was something we said, you gotta inform them that they have to do this. And if
I
it's
don't know that
there,
we'd
it's
be
gonna become,
informing
why
them.
didn't you tell me? It's the real estate agent's fault.
Well, it's in the contract, so you did.
Mhm.
When you handed them that
Yeah.
form, then you did.
Yeah.
I didn't
But hold on.
understand.
Ron's got something else that's, is
No, no,
pointing
no,
out
no.
something else that's
I
in
was,
there
I was,
already.
go ahead with the conversation. I want to hear this before we.
Go ahead. Well, I mean, that's the point. It's helpful to the parties. If a party is a foreign person, it's helpful to them if they're involved in a transaction that involves agricultural land, to be reminded, to be, for the first time given notice that this is information that they need to do. They need to fill out this form for the,
SJ, what page is that on?
in the package. Well, it is on page 8 of 77, which is our old minutes with the 17 deferred things. So it's at the very bottom of the page.
My only stipulation.
And all it says is review it, and then we have pulled it. No, and Ron's just pulled it up.
I just don't think it's necessary.
Can we put it on the, I'm so sorry, but
Sure.
Tony's got a good point. Why don't we put the actual act up on the screen so we can review it? Thank you, Tony. I'm sorry, go ahead, Charlie.
I was thinking with the entire obligation, basically, we're trying to inform a foreign party, and while I certainly want them informed and to know as much as possible, I don't know that it's our responsibility.
Are you saying that because they're foreign?
No, I'm saying it because
We
it's
don't tell people they've
specific
gotta
to
turn off their
them. I don't,
utilities and get their deposits back. I mean, that,
yeah,
Well,
there's
we also
somebody
don't-
somebody
okay.
needs to tell them, but I don't think it's our.
Related to FERPTA.
Yeah.
It's not our deal. Is that where you're going? It's not our, it is not actually our requirement to tell them about FERPTA.
It sounds like it would be just along the same lines. It would
Well-
probably be a paragraph right next to
Well,
it.
can I bring up the difference with FERPTA? With FERPTA, the buyer has a requirement to disclose that the seller is a foreign person. So that is a different obligation.
So?
In this,
Mhm.
the seller who's the foreign person.
No.
You just using that
It
example.
could be both.
No, okay, whoever the party is who's foreign has the obligation to report to the Department of Agriculture.
Just
The
like in
other-
FERPTA.
Okay, no.
Yes,
with
it's the other
FERPTA,
party.
the other party is affected.
The buyer,
This
if
they're
I'm
not.
buying a property
Yeah,
from a
right,
foreign owner
Good point.
and they have to disclose to the Department of Agriculture, I don't care. It's not my deal. I'm not trying to,
Okay. All right, but back to the point
Yeah.
of the reason this has come up. Why wouldn't we want to help parties in a transaction? And again, this is limited to, and I would say it is statutorily limited to the farm and ranch because
Yeah.
it involves
That's specifically
agricultural
what it is,
land, which
yeah.
would,
Well, what if
probably.
we took paragraph 20, which is where we have the FERPTA statement.
Mhm.
Wait, but which contract are you on?
Farm and ranch.
Yes, thank
To
you. Perfect.
become responsible for every rule and law that anybody might ever need to know and have to put it into the contract.
Well, we're not. No, we're
So
not.
if we-
No, we're not, and no, that's not accurate. There's millions of
Well,
things
let
that
me
we
ask-
don't.
let me ask
have
this
to do.
question.
These
I
have to do
know.
with at the time of
And,
the
Well, Ron,
transaction.
get
and the
his-
question comes up, well, if you do this, why don't you do that? And
Well, what other that's do you think we ought to do? Because bring them up and let's talk about.
I don't.
Let's get,
These have
let's-
to do with
I
at the
think we
time
should.
of a transaction, okay, at the
Okay.
time of a transaction. Things are disclosed or not, but if it just has to do with owning, all the things you have to do, like a minute ago, you said turning on and off utilities.
Could
Okay.
non-disclosure
Let me,
just halt the transaction?
No.
No, well, so then that's kind of to the point, the FERDA thing is going to cause some
Well,
paperwork at a
it
close.
could cause,
with this.
it could
It's
cause
just
a seller or buyer to get hit with a penalty after the transaction. That's the difference.
for failure.
based on
to
something
disclose.
they didn't do.
They didn't disclose.
That's right. Then
So-
why would, okay,
My
again,
question,
why
my
would
question
it
is
hurt?
this. What if you took paragraph 20, where it says federal tax requirement, and just said, change the title or just deleted the word tax? You left this as
Federal
paragraph
requirements.
A under there, the way it is with FERPTA.
Mhm.
And then basically you added this first few sentences up here that talks about the
A requirement.
requirement
Blah, blah,
under
blah.
this act. And then it just advises them that there's a duty to report. And so-
Yeah, I'd put that whole first paragraph.
This has existed since 1978.
And
You know,
what's this
and
now?
so we had a farm and ranch working group, all right? And we also have a, what do we call Charles? He's a auxiliary member? An alternate member of this committee that has some specific interests and focuses on not only water, but also other farm and ranch type, comes up often in farm and ranch transactions. So we're doing our job and we're looking at it. And yeah, it may have been out there a
We
long
talked about
time,
it.
but we've talked about it. And so that's why we're bringing it to the rest of our colleagues here on the committee, because we thought it would be a good thing, again, for the people of Texas. It's pretty tiny to add in. It's not going to hurt anybody. And if it doesn't apply, it's not going to hurt anybody. And we're not even requiring, our licensees to have to get a form. You don't have to do jack. You just pick up your form. If you're involved in the transaction, you use our form. That's it. And we felt like it was a positive in the goals and, I don't know, the goals of this committee to promulgate forms that are helpful.
Been on a little.
I'm okay either way. If you don't want it, I'm okay.
Come on, go ahead, Tony.
I was just
Let
gonna-
Tony.
I was gonna be amusing. Go ahead. I was just gonna say Ron may want to change that to applicable tax. law.
Right.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking.
Yeah, so I don't, again, it's another one of those things that it's like, it's not the sword I'm gonna fall on. I just don't think it's necessary. And I think it sets us up for every rule out there that we don't know about or that's coming along that we have to add, we just keep adding. And then what if we miss something, right?
Can I say the more words we put in the contract.
The less they read
less
what's
people-
there.
Yeah, the less people understand what's the.
Okay, again, this is strictly
It's just
focusing
one.
on the farm and ranch contract, which has got a very specific group of transactors, right? That contract at the moment has 11 pages, including a page that has to do with fees. So it's really 10, and one page is a receipt. So it is 9 pages of contract. There's room to add it. It will not add any length to the contract. I'll bet you $1. Because I'm looking at all the white space on page 9.
I don't have that kind of money to play
Can I call
around.
the vote?
That's fine. Who wants to do it?
Raise your hand if you want to do it.
And those opposed?
Wait, hold on. Wait. Mary Minor gets to vote.
Yeah.
Mary Minor, are you for it or against it?
She's
I think she's frozen.
What about? also
She
John?
raised her hand. Look, her hand's raised. I'm trying. I'll say it is. Mary's on
She
the.
might have a question. Here she comes.
Got John too.
Yeah, John, I got it.
Yes, I'm for it.
Thank you. John George,
I am for it as well.
thank
You're
you.
up to 4.
Were you yes or no? Are you
He
abstaining?
can respectfully abstain.
No, I'll vote.
Okay, yes.
I'm against it.
Against.
Yeah.
Okay, we got four, is that correct? Were you for?
No, I'm against.
And you're,
I'm gonna abstain.
okay. Or, where are you?
I was for.
So we
She's
have
one of the
5.
4.
Oh, you're on.
No, yeah, I was. in
One,
the-
Mary,
2,
John,
3, 4.
SJ, Diane.
This is to add in
Yes,
4.
5.
Okay, you got it. Right.
I believe so.
Aren't
One,
there
two,
13
three,
people on the committee?
Yeah, but there's not.
Four.
Vanessa's ready to say something before we.
5.
conclude.
Vanessa wants to say something.
This is exciting. We also have some alternate language that was submitted to us if you want Amber to share it.
Amber,
If we're going
Since we're
towards
there.
the fours.
yes, let's do that. Let's go out of order a little bit. Yes, Amber is going to share some alternative language.
People at this meeting.
There's more. Look, we have beautiful.
I mean, members of the committee, right?
Well, but Ron
Not
abstained.
Ron abstained.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You're counting.
Oh, I was counting you, so there's
Well, we have a couple
11.
of, we have two,
The chairman can
11.
certainly tell us his thoughts.
Chairman's not saying a word.
All right, y'all hang
Worry about
loose.
that load remediation.
That's you, yes. So okay, if y'all will look, can you get on and tell us what you want here?
And give them the majority.
Well, it's
Oh,
5
that's
out of
a
10,
lot.
right? Because Ron abstained.
Amber,
That's.
no, it's under, no, it's just the
Is it
third
10?
paragraph.
Yeah.
If it's a plurality, that's sufficient.
okay, y'all look at the third paragraph. Agricultural
understand
foreign
what you
investment
said.
disclosures.
Five
Act.
voted for.
Can y'all stop talking and focus?
We're counting votes.
Can we
We're
still
counting votes
count?
because we still don't think there's a majority, but.
We think it was fixed.
Focus, please.
Sorry.
Agricultural Foreign Investment Disclosure Act of 1978, FIDA, requires any foreign person who acquires or transfers any interest, comma, other than it, security interest, comma, in agricultural land to submit a report to the Secretary of Agriculture not later than 90 days after the date of acquisition or transfer. If buyer or seller is or may be considered a foreign person under the FIDA, they are advised to consult with the appropriate professional concerning any reporting that might be required. I think that's a lovely proposition, but
It's okay. I think
I-
the question is, since the one that was in the notice that we had up before, or the summary we had before, is a little more specific, I'd want to verify that that's exactly in the statute. I think we have to pull the statute, verify that. But I'm okay either one. It doesn't, they say that, they essentially say the same thing.
Yeah, we don't have, we're just providing you with what we.
yeah, in this situation, I don't know what we've done on FARPTA, but in this situation, I like sort of following the seller's disclosure notice rule. The more we stick to the statutory language, the less there's interpretation, and maybe even taking out some of the specifics. I would be okay to just say foreign persons must file.
Okay, well, let's get that up if we're going to go that route.
Right.
So does.
Can we do a half screen and have both at the same time?
Well,
No,
I'd have to,
it's okay. Put yours back. We can go back and forth.
all right.
Jim had his hand up. What do you have, Jim?
I was going to say that FIDA, that might relate back to your putting the whole statute in, but was their interest. And what bothers me is that you might have some percentage interest in a corporation or LLC.
And it's defined.
Yeah.
It's defined, but we're not gonna put it up there.
Should we at least trigger that permission that you
Well,
might wanna check
that's what
that
this
out?
would be, is go read the damn statute, people.
Yeah, that's the question, because I think a lot of these buyers might be happening through a corporation. They got buying through a corporation.
Well, I don't know whether they think that or not, but that is one of the reasons why staff put in a sentence that said you should
Check, yes.
consult with a professional.
Like that.
I don't know if. One,
Guess.
two,
You're gonna get about 220.
no?
I don't know.
You vote? Did you vote?
I did not vote yet.
Okay, so she abstained. So
I'm
that's
gonna
why.
abstain, yes.
Okay, so then that does give them, because I thought we had 5 voted against and 5 voted for. So 2 didn't vote. That's how we lost. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Dang it, but thank you.
Why dang it?
So,
Slippery slope.
again, this is just adding into the current draft, so we can always pull it out again, I think, as we gain more knowledge. Bo is committing himself to go and read up on this and give us his final and opinion.
For real?
Final legal
No.
opinion, right?
Thanks, Ron.
You're gonna flip.
Yeah.
He'll be
the
a
next
flipper. He'll
meeting
be with
comes
the
to,
right
he'll-
group.
So I've just copied that all from that particular summary that we had up a minute ago. We may or may not want to stick with that.
I would like to add in, maybe not what's up there, but at the very end, you should consult,
Your professional.
yeah, with. Do we want to say legal or tax?
I would just
It's not a
say-
tax professional. Consult with a professional. Amber, what was our language?
Consult with.
No, the one that's proposed by staff that went away. That's what I wanted to
We
ask.
need to call it something so they don't think that professional is a broker.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Well, the legal
So,
definition of
the
professional
appropriate professional?
would be, yeah, sorry.
Did you pull that one from Ron?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I meant applicable, the applicable professional.
I'm gonna make a comment while we're 45 years behind the curveball here. The notice.
Well, see what's happening under
It makes
your
me wonder how
leadership.
many others we're
Chair.
missing.
We're bringing it up.
How many others are we missing?
Not professional.
We're gonna be at these for the next.
So why don't we start with that? Just
Yes.
come back and tweak it.
All right, so the plan will be that staff will add this into the draft.
Right.
For the next meeting, and we're still not ready to send all these accumulated changes yet on.
Right.
Well, right,
Work
I think
group
that's, you guys are sort of just restarting on your.
All the acts that are out there that we've
We
done.
have 3 years to go.
Did you want to share with the group? Because Vanessa was talking. What do you got?
I was saying that our chair might want to put a work group together to research all the acts that we don't have in there and if any of them are applicable.
Okay, I'm sure he'll respond to you.
That's what I said.
Back to Vanessa. Yeah, if y'all can focus for a minute, our general counsel's gonna give us some information. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Vanessa. So the question was, we're still not ready to confirm that we're still not ready to
Yes,
forward
so,
these documents on.
that's correct. I think, we just pushed those changes, that one, I think they went into effect Feb 1st or April 1st, I cannot remember. So we're really at the beginning of sort of the BLC changes, for desire versus for statute. So you got time.
Right.
Easy with the word pushed.
All right. We'll pick that.
Okay, so we're finished with deferred. Now, we're going to look at the comments that we've received on the contract forms since the last meeting. All right, so this in your packet, in the original packet, go back up, control home.
I do want to make one suggestion, and it really doesn't matter because I'm leaving the committee, so.
It
but
matters, you're still
I
here.
find it exceptionally difficult to read the small print.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
Yeah.
it's the only one I could read.
Yeah. So I'm not meaning to complain. Y'all are probably young and wonderful and probably can read this.
Thank you.
But- Yeah.
What if
But-
we just go straight down
Charlie,
instead
you
of across?
complain
It'll
and
be
then say I'm not
bigger
making
type.
Okay, I'm bitching here, but I'm sorry.
All right.
With all due
I can read
respect,
mine.
no disrespect.
Yeah.
Right, with, but following on to
I
that,
know where they're from too. I like getting the emails because you can see where they practice.
yeah, and I would
Emails.
say, here's what I thought we were doing. This is a summary, but we were also getting all the actual comments. And I don't know when the actual comments went away. I felt like we were getting both. And the summary's fantastic because it's so much easier because it's organized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
No, those are the actual comments, just copy.
well, I know, but like to the point, we don't know when they were sent. We don't
Who they
know
were from.
the email. We don't know who else was copied on them. You know what I'm saying? We get the comments, they usually come in an email or a letter. And it would say, so if Robin wrote a letter, Robin would write a letter on May 1st, and we would know Robin's the counsel for Texas Realtors. You
Or if
know,
it's a
or
broker.
Brenda Venable is in Amarillo or wherever.
Yeah,
That's the point. We'd like to have the full comments. I do like this handy sheet, but maybe,
a little larger font.
well, yeah, bring in the description box and make it.
I also like it, the fact that it's the chairman's duty to summarize the summaries, so we don't have to read every one.
That's right.
It's like,
Yes. So this is helpful for that. And John will like that when he gets back.
Very
But-
much so.
John, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying very much so. I do agree. If it's not too much trouble, it would be helpful and informative to have the actual emails behind it. It's amazing the information you can glean from between the lines. But the summaries I definitely like more, but if we can have both, that would be much appreciated.
Well, and there was, like, I believe it was last time, and I know it's happened multiple times. There's obviously, sometimes there's a campaign where we get the same
Yeah.
comment
A copy
over and
paste.
over and over and over. And I
From
think
one class.
with all due respect, those should get less weight than they actually, because it's just, hey, everybody in my shop, go send this in. All right, but let's get to
Can we
them.
take a look at it?
We also did have the online comment tool as well that was, I think, recently employed. So we got a lot more comments, at least for that one meeting through that.
Yeah, the online,
I think those are.
sorry,
Go ahead.
that automatically exports into
We need to get
the
that
Excel
right.
spreadsheet, which I think is helpful. If you're talking about the ones that are just truly emailed, like to the GC inbox or to me specifically, is that what?
That's what we're
I
talking
kind of
about.
like all,
Yes.
whatever, wherever it came
We
from.
get more context.
I'd like to know where it came from, when it got there, and all that kind of
Okay,
stuff.
why don't we can take a look internally and
Just
see
get
what we could add
juice
to
out.
it,
It's
or
not
how we can
bothering
adjust it
me.
a little bit, knowing that. I don't want, for Amber to end up sort of overloaded.
I'm not asking you to add more to this. I'm just saying, add in the
Like we have.
when this started, you made the summary page, but we got all the comments.
We got all the
also.
emails, yeah.
They were included, so the package was huge.
Right, and I think, so what she would do with that is she would create a document where she would take every email and put it into one document, and then she would cut things out there. I mean, it's a pretty intense process for her, so if you just truly want, I mean, I can look at it and see, I'm gonna go in with the mind of also helping her just based on the number of committees we have, but we can take a look.
If we had to make a choice, if I had to vote right now, I'd go back to just the comments.
But on the online comment tool, I mean, we're getting probably the majority of them through the online comment tool now.
But we still don't have the date, and I don't know what they have to put in besides, I mean, do they just say Brenda Venable? Do they say,
So where they are.
Yeah,
I don't know.
sometimes they do. Most times they do.
we'll look at it, yeah, but.
Well, I'm happy to look at it,
Okay.
and we can add the date. There's stuff we can do.
And I'm concerned if what you said was that comments are being summarized, and we're not getting the whole comment.
No, you're getting the whole comment. What I'm saying,
Okay.
I mean, it's just the way that it would be done for you all to get a packet is she would take every email, put it into one document, essentially paste.
Oh, I see, into a PDF
And then she
document.
would have to highlight which applied with, I mean, it was a real
Right.
process. So
If they wrote.
we're
about
happy to
three
look
things.
into, I think we hear your feedback and we'll look into it. I just want you to know that I've got to be mindful of her.
Sure.
I think
Sure.
we all do because she takes care of all of us.
Sure, absolutely.
SJ,
Yes,
SJ,
yes, Mary.
or anybody in the commission, can we see the online comments before our meeting rather than them having to duplicate them? Could we just see the online comments?
No, we have to export them. It's like an actual tool that we have.
Okay.
But you get
Not
them.
authorized.
I think we hear your feedback and we will, well, I don't even know that it's possible. Like, I don't think I could go in. But, I think we hear your feedback and we will look at it in the interim. That's
Okay.
no problem.
SJ, you working off the sheet on the table, or you going off the?
We're gonna start, not with the one on the table. We're gonna start with the first package we were sent, which is the 77 page. And if you go down to the bottom of that, which is page 75 through 77, those are the first comments that came in. So they will start with Brenda Venable on page 75, and this is about the 1 to 4 family.
Third-party financing.
Most of these we've addressed, they just haven't seen it.
Right.
Yep.
Well, and that's, yes, that's comments that have been made here. We have to go in some order. Okay, so some of these have been addressed, some have not. And but we need to just roll on through them. So she's talking about the earnest money for residential property. Third-party financing specifically calls for a date to terminate the contract should it not be available. They exceed the dates. I'm the listing agent in the transaction. I contact the lender and introduce myself. I try to keep up the progress. Nobody's left in the dark. And I had the knowledge of knowing that the lender is no longer able to do this loan unless a series of items happen, which cannot be accomplished before the closing date. How do you get a buyer to terminate a contract that cannot be accomplished? As you know, we can put a PS status, but that does not encourage buyers to have a look anyway. Typically, they want to see active properties. It's been negative with the seller because in their minds, they should get earnest money if the buyer doesn't terminate as specified in the third-party financing addendum. Earnest money should just be the property of the landlord if they miss the date to terminate. Sellers end up paying more in property tax processing. Okay, so
This just is normal delays caused by unable to get financing.
that's
I
right.
think it's a rub. It's for the sellers, but
That's right.
it's one we've dealt with.
And we have just dealt with, I mean, it's not going forward yet, but we have just dealt with clarifying that they don't have to wait till 3 days before. It could be on or before the 3 days before closing to
Yeah, that might help a little bit.
terminate. So that should help a little. So yeah, sorry, Brenda, but I mean, I think Brenda's doing a great job by contacting the lender. If they'll talk to you, I can't believe it if they do, but if they do.
They have authorization on the addendum too.
Okay, rock on. There you go.
All right.
Lydia Escalante, she wants to propose additions to 1 to 4 family, change the term escrow agent, to escrow agency. The reason agents are confused by the term agent and may
We
insert
already
an
talked
individual's
about this one
name.
before.
Yep, we've done that.
Big time.
Big time. We fought the agency, escrow, we did that, yep.
Yep, and 6C, add a box 4, buyer does not require survey at all. Reason, there's no provision in the contract to state that a survey is not required.
If
Forcing
you,
agents to
Unless
question
you
if it was
mark
an
the
omission
box.
or to
well, if you
write
don't
the
check a
statement.
box, doesn't that say
There's
that?
not one required
I
unless you
get
mark
what
a
you're
box.
saying, that
It's not
you have to
clear.
infer that by not checking one, I'm not
But there's-
complying. with it.
Right.
That's not a bad comment.
It's really not. I just dealt with that last week. Somebody was asking, like, I don't want one. Like, it's inferred.
Right.
Yeah, but it's,
I'm not saying that's the
Well,
right
it is,
way.
I don't wanna
it
be
is,
impolite.
that box is in the farm and ranch.
it is.
It is.
So I'm just looking,
So-
and we shouldn't be doing things on site. I'm not even gonna look. Can we add that? Do we want to add that?
I don't have a problem adding it. I know that it was not added at one time because, in particular, Dr. Jacobus had a preference that a
opinion.
survey, a new survey get one
Yes,
every single transaction. So I don't have a problem with it, but I defer to the brokers.
Same.
Okay, Lee,
I don't have a problem with it.
I'm fine with it.
Diane,
Okay, would you state what we're answering to?
this is, should we add a box in 6C about survey and with an
Yes.
option of,
I
don't need one?
I thought there was.
You like it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Charlie?
I said yes.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, let's do that. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Escalante. She has more suggestions though. At the bottom of page 10 of the contract, remove this disclosure and agents should use a separate agreement of offer of compensation. And reason, ensure that cooperating brokers understand how much the offer of compensation is rather than inserting an arbitrary amount. And I will tell you, there's another
We stepped on that third.
weird
Yeah, we've been
comment
through this
about
a
that
lot.
later that's not as clear, but the same thing.
Again, I defer to the brokers on this one.
Yep.
We've hashed this out a number of times in my 10 years and I'm
You're
good
fine
where
with
we're
it?
at.
We get vicious feedback if we try to take it out.
Yeah. We
Damn sure
it's
can't
ugly.
come off of the farm and ranch over threats
Yeah,
of
but it's
death,
completely
right?
different, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, so thank you, and I'm gonna leave that alone. Now, Lori Tillman on the 1 to 4, rejection of offer. I'd like to see something in the contract, perhaps the last page, where a seller can acknowledge receipt of the offer without accepting the offer. This is helpful in multiple offer situations, well, situations where we have listing agents that are very non-communicative. Too many times my buyer agents are left wondering.
A seller's not required to
Yeah.
respond to an offer.
Yeah, even if we put a blank there, so what?
I think
We've been
that
down that
is
before.
100 times a bad idea.
Okay,
Too,
well, we're
from a
all
legal
with you. What's
perspective.
next?
I agree.
Next.
It could be like a
Thanks, but
counteroffer.
no
Yeah,
thanks.
Eric Peterson. Understanding this is a way to propose changes. I'd like to recommend making a requirement for buyer to deliver the earnest money and option money prior to any inspections, or at least allow for check boxes in the contracts to negotiate that. For timing, I'd say that is something, if that's really a deal, correct, they could put it in the special provisions.
I don't want that. I
Well,
don't
yeah,
want that.
yeah.
I want you to go ahead and have your inspections
get
and not pay
going,
the
yeah.
option fee.
Even if you do,
But
yeah.
I'm
Okay, when we have a second, if we can go back to the survey issue, I have a comment I want to bring up on that.
Oh, sorry, John, go ahead.
Yeah, so on the survey, when we add a box for no survey, I think we have to think about its impact on 6D objections, and whether the buyer can still object to any survey matters. You know, it's a concern in most finance deals that the lender will require a survey one way or the other, which I think is the main reason we didn't have the fourth box, is knowing that it likely would either be required or the party should get, as our former chair would always suggest. But I think it could have a bigger impact on the party's rights. So if we add a no survey box, I think we need to look at saying the buyer doesn't have the ability to object to survey matters when the survey comes in, or at least study that issue.
That is a great point, John, and I think that's what, I think it should go with the comment and with the box. Buyer does not, whatever it said, buyer does not require a survey and waives survey objections in 6D.
Do we want to
I
protect the
think
buyer?
something simple like that could address that concern that popped up, and I can look elsewhere before our next meeting, see if anything
Hold
else
on.
impacts it.
Comment at a time, go Bo.
Do we want to protect the buyer from themselves on that? I mean,
Well, if they check that,
no, I'm with you. I understand.
that's probably a cash buyer.
Yeah.
Can I said, when you put that phrase in there that says they waive, all of a sudden it may make someone who's considering not
Yeah,
getting,
Exactly.
think, oh God, I'm waiving something.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a
It
good
may
point.
make them
Right, and if
rethink
they
it.
screwed up, they can come back and try to get an amendment.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
Right, but, okay, so, Mr.
I don't think that's.
But is it
bad.
going to cause any
Scriber?
problems where a lender gets one?
Well, a lender isn't gonna put up with that. And surely agents,
Lenders are gonna
This is
object more
not
on the
hard.
survey than buyer is problem. I'm just, from my experience.
Then that they could get out of the third party.
Right.
Yes, a third party requirement.
Okay.
So are we going to add the statement about
Yeah.
waiving
Yes.
the right? Okay,
They
good.
should, because
I
if
think
it's,
so.
if it's a cash deal or
so
something.
no survey, do you wanna just type it out? I'm sorry.
Was that John's recommendation?
Yes.
Good job, John.
Way to go, John.
Glad you're here.
Thank you.
Little step behind, but that's okay.
If
is
you could-
online.
if you
Better
could
late
just
than
keep
never.
up, that'd be good.
He's gotta go. Wait, he probably did explain this all to people who weren't listening because he forgot to unmute himself.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna,
I think we passed Eric, graciously passed Eric.
Let me go back.
We're on Heather.
Hold on. Yeah, yeah, he's just, that's all the same topic. Thank you. Heather Schmidt, please clarify what is considered a legal holiday. We have done this over and over and over, and
We're missing.
next.
Brian. Thank goodness Brian's not here.
Diane Moore, unimproved property contract, it's in Galveston, now has a seller's disclosure portion, sure does. Instead of being a separate addenda. This is the problem is buyer's agent now has to submit an offer for a client to the seller's agent. Seller's agent then has to have his client fill out then has to have his client fill out section 7E. Or they could list it with information, send it back. How about y'all get on the phone and talk about it and put your information like that in
This is
the
what we
listing?
discussed would be
Yeah.
the mess that
Right.
we were creating. with
It is, but we
documents.
want
We
them to talk.
already have
Want
in the new
them
home construction
to talk.
contract, so it's not a new process. They know
then
how to do this.
It was a partial in
Make it
the
happen.
farm and ranch for a long time
We made
too.
our mess, let's live with it.
Yes, appreciate it,
It's not a
Diane.
new mess.
And I'm sure that can be added into education. Isn't that what we say all the time?
SJ, we go back to Eric for just a moment. We kind of
No.
changed and went back to surveys, and I didn't get a chance to just
We
raise them.
passed Pat, Eric. We're not,
We did, but we went back to surveys and didn't have a chance to finish Eric.
we did finish Eric. We're not doing anything with Eric. But what is it that you'd like to say, Diane?
Well, there is an issue with buyers not paying their option money and getting in, wanting to do their inspections and then never having anything up, earnest or option fee, and then terminating the contract because they found something in their inspections that they don't like.
Yep, and that's how the contract's written. So
Yeah,
maybe
it
that's
is.
something
We
the
talked
agents
about it
should
before.
advise them
And they do
about.
the best that they can, but sellers aren't happy with that issue. And there is a question about reasonable entry into the property. And at some point, I'd like to address buyer's walkthrough because the contracts don't make any reference to the buyer having the ability to do a walkthrough.
They have the ability to make inspections of the property at any reasonable
Well,
time,
and they do,
Yeah.
yes.
even after the option period.
Right,
That
and it
includes
happens
the
all the
walkthrough.
time, but at some point in time, we might want to address buyers walkthrough because sellers get upset when all of a sudden there's a walkthrough and they weren't prepared for it. So it just.
Okay,
yes.
this might be the 5% rule. And
I don't,
Y'all, is there a real problem with buyers accessing property at certain times so that it becomes critical for them to access?
I have not had any issues
I
with
haven't
it.
either. I don't see a need for the buyer's walkthrough thing. The not paying the earnest money, I don't want to require the option fee to be, I have a whole thing about that. The earnest money piece of what she said is true, and it's a growing problem. But I'm not 100% convinced that we need to address it. I would want to hear from everybody else.
I don't know.
And
if
to
there's
add
a-
on that, how would you, even addressing it, how are you gonna keep people from being in breach? If that's just, if they're not putting their
Yeah,
money down.
what do you do?
they're
It's about
bad-
the
they're
way you
bad
have to
buyers.
deal with it, yeah.
You just gotta live with it.
well, and
Yeah.
advise your seller, okay, my first reasonably available time is Monday, which is
And
the
it's-
day that
Yeah.
you've already paid your stuff. So
Well, and truthfully, when you've got a 5-day option period and you've got 4 days to take in the earnest money and option fee, I think.
Yeah.
You know, you can't, you're really not, it's good to get that inspection done as early as possible, have time to negotiate if there are repairs. So, I mean, it's
Well, why would a
it's
seller
just
be mad about
it's just a quandary. And the buyer is already
They'll get out
invested.
anyway.
If they've hired
That's
an
right.
inspector, they've invested $500 to $600, which I know isn't the end of the world, but they are, they're putting something up
this is
there.
not bad for the seller.
Yeah.
It's not bad for the seller. It's a
Transactions,
decision for the buyer.
That's
Yeah.
an
The seller
investment.
does have some protections here too. It's within 3 days, the earnest money has to be paid, right? So they can get out of the contract very quickly. They're not stuck in it if they want it to terminate, because that opens up the termination window. So I think it borderlines a 5% issue personally. I do see it quite a bit come up and nothing's really done about it, or does cause big issues. But I think it's mitigated by the fact the seller's not going to be tied to the contract in a very short period of time after it's executed.
Which is good if it's not going forward.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to where we were.
Did we get to
Jody,
Diane?
not.
Jody.
We didn't do Diane.
No, we
Yeah,
did.
we did.
Yeah, we did. Hello.
Okay.
We did Diane. Jody is the
We
same
were
comment
critical
we
of
had
her.
last time from Greg Fountain and other people.
Newly just added seller's disclosure section.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
the one we
same.
read. It matches what the other one was saying about the back and forth. Yeah.
Thank you. Calvin Burks on the unimproved property. See, here we go again. This looks like a copy and paste to me. I'd like the committee to consider making the following changes to unimproved. I think paragraph 3 needs to read as the same in paragraph 3 of Farm and Ranch.
is an adjustment for size.
Yeah.
Approved. Thought we already did that.
I don't think we did it.
I think we talked about it, but I don't remember what we decided.
I think they should be the same. Frankly, I thought we did do
I
that.
thought they.
No, because-
I thought we did do that for unimproved.
No, I mean, the problem is, I think for unimproved, you're probably gonna need to move it on a square foot basis, right? Because unimproved is really designed for pretty small, it's like the residential lot for the
Right.
most part.
Could be.
Because we use,
Or
I see it all the time.
It's the
Yeah, you can use it for
commercial, people
acreage.
use it
Yeah.
for commercial
You can
because
use
we
it
don't have a
for few
commercial.
acres, Right, yeah, there's no doubt. You could do that.
It's the contract.
Any
for the
land
10,
without
20, 30
improvements,
acre tract type
I think
stuff.
of as unimproved.
Y'all talk one at a time. Tony, finish.
What do we want to do with unimproved? We want to make it match, because we have to write the paragraph that either says square foot or acreage, because it's used in both contexts. And it's gonna get
That's
hard to
okay.
word. Yeah, it's okay, we just have to word it.
Do you want to, everybody want to go to that? I'm fine if y'all want to do it.
Lee had something to say.
I'm good.
Well, say it. It's just,
I don't even remember what it was. I said it.
but
don't-
nobody heard you because Tony was already talking. So I don't know what it was. I'm sure it was brilliant.
I doubt it. I'm good. I'm good.
If she already forgot it.
I do not use this contract a lot. I have in the past. Golly, just hate adding crap, but it probably needs to, because the part where it's used for larger plots, I mean, for a residential lot, really adjusting it for anything is stupid.
Of the land?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm selling a residential lot and I think it's 9,000 square feet and it's 8,800 square feet, who cares?
Well,
If you're in Fredericksburg, Texas, that
if it's
means
a
you can't
minimum,
build on it.
if it's a minimum
No.
lot size, that's exactly where I was
No.
going. It can matter a lot.
Or you can't do an Airbnb if it's less than 10,000 square foot. I mean, it can.
Oh, God, yeah.
I think it matters.
Okay. That's why.
Okay, so we are gonna do that. Ron's already writing us a note
Well, I'm
about
just-
that. Now,
I'm not, if y'all don't want to, I'll just delete it, that's all.
okay, let's take a vote. Who wants to add this to the unimproved? Would you we'll go around. Bo? Make it like a farm and ranch. Same. Jess?
Yes.
Yes.
Jess.
Yes.
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 Okay, we've got a majority. We're doing it. All right, thank you. And then Mr. Burks also had another comment at the very bottom. I'm not sure everyone understands how to use the reservation rule on gas minerals, and there's reasons why. And that is definitely something that the education people can add to their list, emphasize. Chance Brown.
We addressed this when we got them.
Okay. This is the third-party financing. Thanks. We got you.
We got you, Chance.
Back to Brenda Venable on third-party financing. And again, this has to do with, we read the same comment, it got put in two places, 1 to 4 and
Yeah.
third. Okay, Connie Inman on the POA addendum, because of confusion of the HOA document specific line C and the CCRs, I, the realtor, am paying the reserve fee and the foundation fee on a closing because of a misunderstanding that even though these fees are not considered a transfer fee, they're supposedly wrapped in this line. Title companies are making costly mistakes. The expense of buyer seller document is clear as mud. I'd appreciate any comments. Well, our comment is learn how to use the form. We've just updated it and changed it to make it clearer, right? Didn't we? Or have those gone through? I thought they had.
They
They
have.
did.
They have.
They have.
Okay.
The brokers are running into title companies having their own policies that are sometimes different than what we've been educated from. Well, when Ron did a seminar, when the HOA form first came out with the president of an association for title companies, they were right spot on, but some of the local title companies have created issues, and that's probably what they're running into. So yes, it's always going to go back to education, and can't kind of tell your title company you've got it wrong.
Yes, you can.
Well, you oftentimes have to, and
Yeah.
say there's a certificate for that.
Well, I think the problem really is not, I don't know if it's a drafting form as much as is the HOAs require and the way they make their assessments I think that's what kicks in sometimes.
They're
That,
trying to be confusing.
They are trying to be confusing, but we pulled out transfer fees, right? Well, we did the list of, all right, so we've addressed this recently and hopefully, and is that mandatory? Was the update mandatory?
HOA forms?
Yeah, I think it is.
yeah, so it says that the buyer pays for a certain amount, seller pays for the
It's just in
remainder.
February. So hopefully she's using the new form. Hopefully, I think the new form is clearer than it was. It certainly is. Right?
Well, we mixed it back up with paragraph 13. So I think you have to look at both paragraph 13 and the HOA addendum. So assessments are prorated through the closing date.
Sure.
So I think part of it is if that assessment is not due until after closing,
They're gonna guesstimate, and then they're gonna deal with it like tax statements after the fact, right? It's just like the prorating of the taxes.
so we'd have to know specifically in her facts. I think that this is some of the problem that we talked about before, is the timing of the assessment and how they actually make the assessment.
But I don't know how that can be considered a transfer fee.
It's hard to draft, in every single case.
The other thing I want to just bring up, this is the one comment we've received since the new promulgation of the form effective February 1st, 2023. Is that right? It's the first comment, so there's one comment. If we get more comments, maybe we should look at it again, but I think
So she's having to pay the reserve.
well, she's paying because
She's
there was a mess up
Yeah,
on
she's
her
stepping in.
transaction, which that
Okay.
doesn't make any sense, but
We'll
it
move
sounds like
on. I don't
something
think we're gonna solve the problem.
she chose to do. Yeah. Any other comments on that? Mary or John? No. Julia? No? Julia Cootie, regarding the backup addendum, requires earnest money and option to be deposited with title when executed. If the backup terminates,
This age-old question.
earnest money is refunded to the buyer. Option money is not. That's right. If our contract never goes into option due to termination, why does the seller get to keep the option money?
'Cause you have an
Basically,
option.
tree lawyers wrote the addendum, correct?
What's a
Tree?
tree lawyer?
I don't know. Maybe that means track, but I don't know. I have talked to many realtors and they all agree option money should be returned when terminating. Just a suggestion to review the addendum.
I kind of get the wish, but the reality is you're paying for the option from the moment the contract's.
To be in
Yeah.
the backup
Combined,
position.
Yeah.
Well, you can terminate when you're not even put in the
Yeah.
first place, so you have that option.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
If
it,
you didn't, you couldn't.
That's
So
right.
you do have an option.
That's a
You're buying the right
misunderstanding.
to walk away.
yeah,
Buying a right to walk away.
and be in first position behind.
If something
Yeah.
happens.
All right.
Here comes Ron's birthday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lori Tillman wants to talk about FERPTA. We need something better to facilitate the requirement of seller to provide an affidavit of non-foreign status as required in paragraph 20. Most realtors have no idea how to handle
She
the
wants a
action
FERPA
item.
notice is what she wants.
Yeah.
I love the comment, we need better educated title companies.
I especially appreciated that.
Wow.
This is just the
I
same
don't know
question.
how
We
to do that.
talked about doing a FERPA
If I were
notice before,
dictator,
decided
dang it.
against it, so.
Yeah. I'd say.
Sorry, Lori.
Sorry, Lori, for now. Brenda Reese, hefty assessment, which was not disclosed. I presume that, oh, that's the HOA. Should have written an addendum stating that there was an assessment to my client's condo due within 12 months of closing. The sellers were responsible. A special addendum that Trek has drawn up to cover this. I told her I was not aware of one. Maybe we should have one drawn up in the future. I thought that
Yeah, we did
we did
Go
in
to
our,
paragraph 13 of the condo form. She's talking about a condo.
Is there a,
oh, again, I keep losing that dang thing.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Back.
12AC, 12A3, buyer pays all association fees, deposits, reserves, and other charges resulting from the transfer of the property not to exceed blank dollars, and seller shall pay any excess. So the question is this a transfer fee or is this an assessment, which then falls under 13?
Sounds like an assessment.
She said it was an assessment.
It sounds like an undisclosed assessment is what she's complaining about.
Yes, it's probably, yeah. So did the seller know about the
This is
assessment?
very
When
fact
was the assessment
specific.
set?
I agree, it's just kind of like this one.
This is very fact specific. Was there a,
She should have disclosed the assessment.
If she knew, if it may not have been.
May not have been,
assessed.
I think what she's asking is a blanket provision for buyers to not have to pay assessments within some period of time. I don't know, but that's the way I read it.
That's how I read it.
Okay.
well, I mean, here's the problem. Did the seller know about it? And if the seller knew about it, then it probably was in the documents, the condo documents, and the buyer could have read about it. Or if there was just a big rumor about it, and it wasn't in the, minutes of meetings or whatnot yet, okay, that situation, maybe there's an issue. But there's also the issue that it could have come up in the last 12 months. I mean, it could have not have been an issue before and then it came up. It could have come from, okay, all of a sudden our roof is leaking and we now know that we got to have a roof and we didn't know that before.
Yeah, if I buy a single family house and the
Very
AC goes
fact-
out 3 months later.
Either way, it's nothing for us to do.
Yeah, there's no-
Not a foreign, and very fact specific. I mean, although, do we have anywhere where it says, are you aware of any, yes, it's on the,
Yeah.
are you aware of any
Yeah.
special assessments?
Yes.
There's a condo.
We got
Disclosure.
So if they were aware, and that could be the situation too, if they just didn't do it and they breached the contract, so tell them to sue them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
I mean, really, yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
Kimberly said a lot. You talk about fact specific, here we go.
Okay,
Yeah, Kimberly's really talking about a statutory,
Yeah, she's trying to get us to
yeah.
yeah, we can't.
change it. We can't do anything on this.
Yeah. So this is Kimberly Brandsma. Right, seller disclosure, use, not use, yeah, that is something she needs to talk to the legislature about next time for the 89.
A lot of stuff.
That's the 89, well, we're not finished. Okay, so now you need to go to the document that's on the table, unless you already have it.
We still have more. on that.
Oh, no.
Do?
Yeah, additional.
Okay, turn the page, that's it. It's additional, see?
Oh, additional, I'm
with tape.
sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna turn the page
Additional.
right on.
Robin.
Catherine Robinson, and she's talking about the 1 to 4, right on. Oh, this is tiny. This one is available to be blown up. Existing survey, the 247 has become an issue. When the seller, buyer's lender doesn't approve, they may have to get a new one.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell them there. This is
Yeah,
a,
that's the same as.
Yeah, I don't, it's
I
not
don't know what to
specific enough
say.
to comment on.
Yeah, they give us some detail.
I think they're talking
Oh,
about,
here.
and I'm not gonna say where, but there's a place about 600 miles from here. And the T47 is not signed till closing, which is totally wrong. It's just the way the market is. And the 6C1 specifically says if you don't deliver the survey and or T47, the buyer can walk away. And that's what she's saying is the buyer will walk away. Well, you should have delivered the T47. I think that's where she's getting at because it's very specific. You deliver both of them. And if you don't deliver either one, then the buyer can have a new survey 3 days prior to closing.
Right.
I think that's where she's getting at.
yeah, she's saying we have to spend $400, to get a new survey. I don't know what to tell you there. Okay, this one, I'm gonna accept any help from the gallery here. Jean Harlan, some of these comments are difficult.
She's,
Go ahead.
she's basically frustrated with the fact that the title company requires releases to be signed
Yes, and
to release the
there
earnest
you
money.
go.
Yeah, we don't have.
And again, as we mentioned before, the title company requires a release of it. And that's all it requires So.
In
there you
any
go.
case, the buyer and the seller have to agree or they have to do something else.
They don't have to agree,
Well, if
but
they
the
don't
earnest
agree,
money has to
then,
be,
yeah, they can't release their earnest money.
right. We can't make people do that. I mean, that's the time
But she-
prescribed.
And she does mention the oil and gas form down on
Yes,
number
I'm
3.
there. I'm not there
I
yet.
don't understand.
Well, so this is, I mean, she wants us to add that you have to sign. So it would be like a contractual agreement that you'd have to sign
And that
as
we must-
opposed, but
If you have to sign, why do you have
I
to
don't think
sign?
we can do anything about her 1 and 2.
yeah.
And 3, I'm not understanding.
There's not enough info on 3 to tell us what she really
Right.
wants.
Yeah.
This is still about earnest money disbursement. Made a must.
You mix all together to make sellers and buyers. have a hard
I mean, this was
time.
brought up earlier about made a must in the contract.
Yeah.
It is, yes, the title. Mary,
I think what we're just talking about here is during the option period, why do we have to have everybody's signature? Because the option period we've paid for. The other stuff I agree with, but the option period is still a challenge because they ask for all signatures and we've paid to be able to terminate.
No, not for the
Yeah.
option fee.
she
No.
means in the option
It's not
period.
Earnest
She means
money.
in the option period.
So
So
I
it's a plain Jane option period. I just don't want it anymore. Termination, that's one thing versus I'm down the road and I'm terminating because of,
You still
Reach.
require.
So some
I'm
title
talking-
companies are
Should.
requiring.
We have to keep signatures.
let Mary finish. Mary, you're cutting out. Start over and get close to the phone.
I'm sorry, I think what one of her first statement is during the option period, why do we have to have signatures? Because an option we paid for, we can do whatever we want in those number of days.
Yeah,
Shouldn't- Title company shouldn't say, I need everybody's signature.
maybe they shouldn't, but that's what they do.
Right.
And
And
during the
some do.
option period, things, disputes could come up.
Yeah.
And that it's just, the title company is not a party to the earnest money contract, to the contract at all.
Yes.
I get it, it's frustrating, but that's the way title companies are. And we can, just as we said earlier, even if we said must, it wouldn't matter because we can't make them do it.
Yeah, they're not a party to the contract.
But they're bound by it,
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
not in a weird way. I mean,
Yeah.
the parties are appointing them and giving them the escrow agreement.
Not really, it's not the escrow agreement. It's instructions.
We don't.
Parties agreeing and instructing the escrow
It's the
agent.
instruction, but it's not an agreement with the title company.
Well, they have an obligation to close the transaction in accordance with its terms.
They do.
And to facilitate it that way
They do, and to hold the money.
and to hold the money, right? But they are required, or they have the flexibility to require releases,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, they're not a party to this, and this is not the,
That's
I
never
will,
been tested.
it has.
Has it?
For 2 years I worked doing title insurance, representing the title company and doing first party and doing clearing title. And it had been, I can't cite you anything right now. It's been a long time
Well,
ago,
if
but
there's a dispute, they're gonna interplead if it gets
They
nasty,
will.
right? So,
Right.
But they're definitely, it is not, they are not a party to the contract, and that is not the escrow agreement. And nobody ever sees an escrow agreement.
And we can take that up later, but I think it is the escrow agreement.
Well, okay, title company people, y'all always want to talk. Where are you? John, George, tell us, is this?
I am here. I wasn't following the last part of that discussion. I couldn't follow it. So if you can tee that question back up, it would be great.
Thanks, John.
Is the 1 to 4 family contract an escrow agreement?
Is it an
that you
escrow
were
agreement?
subject to, That the title company is subject
Oh,
to?
the
Is
title
that-
company? No, we're a third-party beneficiary of portions of it, but we're obviously not a party to it, and it's not an escrow agreement with the title company.
So says
And,
John.
we're
George, Now you
third-party
believe me.
beneficiary.
No, I don't.
Is the,
That's why we have litigation.
There's, it's almost an oral agreement because no one ever sees the agreement. There is no agreement signed with the parties.
Of course there is. They signed it.
they're
and
not.
There's escrow, there's specific escrow.
Go look at that. Okay, if
instructions
you
in
want to
the
look at the suggestions, I mean, look at the page where where the title company signed, they receipt it, they receipt the contract, and that's it.
I move to defer.
Yeah, we can defer. It's not important to this issue.
Right. We should have, that should also happen. Okay, so Kim, thank you. I think we can't do anything with that, right?
Right.
Right.
Well, that was a seller's disclosure, and we got off on a tangent. All right, so now, back to this.
You're Scott Culberson.
Yeah.
So I actually think Scott here is
He has
moving
multiple
along like
comments.
the sunset special purpose.
Yeah, why
provision.
should we do?
So I think what we should do is defer this and go through the sunset process, the special purpose process.
That makes sense.
Okay, yes. All right, I'll tell you this next comment by Jason Ginsburg. I suggested he send in this. Jason is a lawyer that does transactional and litigation work, and this came up in a lawyer group discussion. So the seller provides statutory disclosure notice, but immediately prior to closing, the seller becomes aware of a material item that should be disclosed and wants to do an updated notice. Does this, he wants, advisory opinion, does the buyer's 7-day termination window under the track contract renew due to the disclosure? Thoughts? First of all, I don't know if we can give him legal advice, but it's a conundrum. And
Several thoughts on this one.
go ahead.
Yeah, and so this issue has come up multiple times for me, and one time involving $250,000 in earnest money at stake. And what in my case happened was after the inspection was done, the seller went back because they're their agent's advice and updated the seller's disclosure notice for the new items from the inspection. I'm not sure why they did that, but they did. And the buyer tried to say, aha, I have an out now. You've updated the seller's disclosure. I can terminate unless you drop the price by $100,000 and try to, it's a big game of chicken right before closing on who had the ability to terminate or force the other party to close. So in looking at it, a little different perspective here on if you update it with new material information that likely implied here should have been disclosed, I do think the window opens back up. It's a new seller's disclosure provided with information that sounds like the seller should have already disclosed.
It's not should have been, it's should be. So I know the facts of this particular situation. So something happened.
So let me
Okay,
ask-
something happened that is on the disclosure, mandatory disclosures. Something changed during the period that they're under contract. It wasn't there before, and now it's a material thing, and he needs to disclose it.
Yeah. So John, let me ask this question of your opinion
Why?
here.
Why? What do you mean, why?
Why does he need to disclose?
He has an obligation to update.
He has
ensure
knowledge.
representation stay good.
I think he does. I agree
He
with
doesn't
that.
have an obligation to update the form.
Ron Walker's
I agree.
won
I
in
think
many
he does.
cases on this point.
Really?
But, so
You don't have an obligation to
let me
update
ask
the
this
form?
question, John. Let's say the seller finds out by some other means that another defect that he didn't disclose is now known to him. So a couple of days before closing, he passes that information without updating the form. Now the 7-day period does not apply, is what you're saying, right? He just passes the information.
Exactly. And that was my recommendation. If something new pops up, disclose it in writing 100%. But don't update your seller's disclosure because that then will open up that window.
Right.
And the seller's disclosure is only the party's knowledge at the time it's signed, of course. And so at least you're transferring over the information. And then if the seller wants to argue, make some argument to try to get out of the contract, let them. But I don't think if it's some new information that's discovered during the pendency of the contract that it by itself would open up that window again unless the disclosure was updated.
Right, now you're gonna ask an ancillary question, which is, do you have a duty to disclose the defect outside of the seller's disclosure notice prior to closing?
And the answer certainly would be
Well,
yes.
not necessarily. At the time of
No,
contract, you disclosed what you knew.
That's right.
You didn't lie. You entered into
That's
contract
right.
to buy it.
But that's
By-
not.
The agents have an independent obligation. It's the agent that has to disclose it.
Hold on, let him finish that.
Buyer buys as is, all defects.
But as
So
is at the
it's
time
only-
of the contract, and it's
Exactly.
not as is
The time of the
anymore.
contract was prior to the seller knowing it. The seller hasn't done anything wrong,
That's right.
Well, but the seller's
seller's
property is not in the,
but they negotiated as is. You can't eliminate the as is clause.
you can't, but it's not as was.
Those people pay me on those claims when I make those letters. Like they. like,
I understand.
hey, You failed to disclose, you went back in, maybe your roofer came and fixed something, you realized there's more problems, you didn't supplement, to use that word, of your new material defects you're aware of.
Right, but okay, now you're arguing you knew. But if it's clear, if the facts are clear that you didn't know,
That's right.
and 2 days before closing, you uncover something completely that you didn't know.
You think you can stay silent?
Well, because the as is clause
You
is in
can.
fact, you can't eliminate the as is clause.
You absolutely.
It's powerful
Ron and
in
I
Texas.
took this case, we had a $2 million case on this. This was the issue that tilted it. And Ron spent a lot of time researching it. We put together some great briefing, and it's the law.
What county were
And
you in?
That shit took the words out of my mouth. Montgomery.
Well, now the question is, what's the right thing to do? What's the ethical, the moral thing to do? Okay, that's a different
Now,
question.
which leads to an issue on the form. I happen to look at a lot of other states' disclosure forms, and many of them take this issue head on and require a seller to update. Ours does not. Ours specifically says accurate as the date of sign.
And so in those
Now-
other
now,
states,
if you
does that
knew-
open the window again?
Now, there's another scenario. I fill out the social
Hang on, what did
disclosure
you
month.
say?
I said, does it open the window?
Oh,
to 7
absolutely.
days?
So if they do
Yes, if they,
go ahead and make the change disclosure, you agree that it opens a 7-day window?
I do.
in these other states.
Okay.
So the fact that comes up a lot is I fill out service disclosure notice 2 months before the date of contract, right? Sometimes before closing, buyer finds out that, or sometime later, doesn't matter when, buyer finds out there was an item that was not disclosed. He's going to argue that he was within that 2-month period before before contract,
That you knew before
not
you signed.
post-contract, yeah.
Which
You
is,
just put your house on the market and it's not selling for like 7 months, and then you
Right.
finally get under, you're using the old disclosure, but you knew somewhere in the gap that your plumbing went out.
this
He's
whole
gonna argue you
issue,
did, but the seller's gonna argue you didn't.
Then I'm gonna get the plumber.
this whole issue creates a interesting issue for buyers' representatives. Ron and I put a class together on this
Mhm.
issue, because if you're representing a buyer and you know the seller does not have a duty to update their disclosure notice, and you get what we developed a term called stale disclosure notices, are you doing your due diligence if you do not ask for a new disclosure notice? And I think there's a pretty good argument that you are not.
And that's in like what Tony talked about, or, well, I guess you talked about. So I list my house in May and I get a contract in July. So I signed my seller's disclosure notice in May. It's not this situation that Mr. Ginsburg brought us, but this is a stale because my house didn't sell right away.
Well, we use stale rather than old on purpose,
Right.
because it could literally be 2 weeks old and be stale. Think Houston hurricane.
That's true. That's
Very informative.
interesting.
Ron, I'll go ahead and why don't you send that over to the house?
Yeah, no problem.
That y'all miraculously put together.
Yeah, so the other is that, the other issue that comes up sometimes is the air conditioning goes out between the time of
Yes.
contract and closing. Now, paragraph 10 talks about
Right.
possession, present required condition, right? But if it's not something like that, and it's just an unknown defect, well, the condition was the same.
That was where I was going about the possession. Okay, and so the seller's supposed to deliver in its present or required condition, present being the date of the contract signed. And so Ginsburg knows that, again, the thing, okay. It's not ordinary wear and tear, but it's now defective. And it's
Hopefully Ginsburg's
material.
listening to all this.
He will be.
Oh, well, let's move on.
Okay.
If I could just add to this, because it raises a question about what 150,000 realtors are using when they use the Texas Realtor Seller's Disclosure. They're provided with an updated form, and also in the listing agreements, it says that the seller agrees to
Yes,
update
that's correct.
their notices. So is this something that Texas Realtors needs to give some consideration to?
No, that's a contract between the broker and the seller.
Which in our case created a conflict between the seller and their agent.
Yep.
Because the seller said, I don't have to update it.
Yeah.
Why are you telling me I have to update it?
Because now the broker
So
knows
the-
and there's
So the
a
seller
material.
sued, in our case, the
Broker's
seller
at risk.
sued their agent for putting that burden on them. And the buyer tried to piggyback on that as a third-party beneficiary in our case, that duty. So it was hairy.
I can see that. It's a little scary, quite honestly.
Well, okay, Robin's in here, you heard it, but
Yep,
that's
Robin.
not our. Okay, and it is also just the policy of this committee, we don't give legal advice to people, so this was just an informative discussion, nothing official. Donna Kelso writes in about the 1 to 4 family. I would like to request sections for additional information be added to the contract and additional addendums created for manufactured homes. And is her first issue. Okay,
Worth talking about.
let's talk about that. So her complaint is there's a manufactured home there, but
It's not-
it might be that it's not the right one. It's a replacement manufactured home.
No, it's not realty. In other words, it's still separate, it's still.
Yes.
Personal property.
Personal.
Yes,
Yeah. So,
but the tax office, she is talking about it's been replaced. Turns out that the current owners replaced the home with another one and they didn't update their
Okay.
filing. This is complicated. This was law school exam question. So the general situation for, I would
yeah, I don't know
certainly
about this.
reflect people back to the guidance. I'm looking at Abby because Vanessa's not here, but the guidance, you have to have a special license to sell manufactured homes, which is not regulated through TREC. And there's some frequently answered questions on the TREC website. But if there is one home on a property,
Well, it depends.
We can
If
go
the
through.
title has been merged, then it's realty.
Right.
If the title has not been merged and
It's
it's still
still a
separately
mobile.
titled. So that's really the question. I can't
it
speak to
looks
her
like-
specific problem.
it looks
here.
like these have not been merged because the tax.
Right, and so I don't know about her specific situation involving 2 homes, but I wonder whether or not, and I have to defer again to the brokers here, is when there is a mobile home out there that's separately titled, is it good to have that information be an addendum or something like that that's provided in the contract, or is just information you otherwise get?
Because it's actually a separate sale with like a bill of sale.
Well, probably should
something.
attach the non-realty items addendum, I guess.
Well, that's right, yeah. Do you want that? Are you getting that or are they dragging it off for your?
And Ron, then you do what they call a SOL, surrender of license, and make it real property. Yeah, prior to closing.
Right.
Is the way we handle it.
So you,
I don't sell no property like that.
And we try not to.
Yeah. But they
The
exist.
problem is the general public does not know how to handle manufactured housing.
that's why they should hire an attorney.
I agree, 100%. Also, the counties don't always abide by the rules because we just had this argument because our county that I work in requires a new SOL every single time. Once it's surrendered to real property, that's it. Statutorily speaking, that's it. It's over. But not all the counties know how to process it.
I think most brokers feel that they have to have a special license in order to sell manufactured housing. And the only time, and this title merging is something that is definitely an educational piece.
Absolutely.
Because they're usually thinking if it is off their wheels, got a foundation, you can't drive it off, then that would constitute part of real property, and that may or may not be the case.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true.
Well, I don't know, this is not something we can solve.
No.
I know there's not something that we
Well-
want to add to the contract.
We'll defer the conversation about mobile homes. I think it may be something to look into.
Yeah, I think so.
That's definitely deferring right now. Okay. so
Her
we
other
want to
comment
Write
is-
that down for us, or we're just do. Do we have to write that down that we're deferring that issue? It was brought up and we deferred it. All right, she has a second comment though that was sort of brought up a minute ago about commissions. She doesn't, well, this says 1 to 4 family, I presume, she's talking about, so that, on the contract, there's a place.
She wants the
What does
listing,
the
so-
listing, what does the,
Why do we care?
well, unless she thinks she's getting 50%, yes, Lee.
But why do
Based
we
on
care?
both
Wait.
of her,
And with title, it almost read to me, and this is an issue I think for escrow officers wanting to know at least basic information on the total commission as opposed to just the cooperating broker's commission amount. I think it's come up multiple times where we've of course taken this out in the past and ended up keeping it in and adding the disclosure requirement, but I think it's more education than anything here, and knowing what the clause actually does.
Okay, I'm gonna call back on Lee, who had the floor.
based on both the comments, I don't think that this is an agent. I think this is someone at the title company. And what they're saying is, we get the contract and we just assume that the total thing is 6%. We don't know. My comment to that is, the listing agent should be sending the information about if it's a manufactured home and what the, this, in my market, every title company sends over a questionnaire. They want to know if there's an estate or, how they're taking ownership. I mean, there's like a list of questions we get, and these are always there.
How about the commissions, which is a part?
Yeah, it's there. We send over a
Yeah.
CDA that says
Mhm.
where the monies go. So I don't know where she is, but maybe they should consider a form when they accept the contract.
Right, and then, see, this is, I'm just gonna say this would be helpful if we would have seen that this comment came in from Donna Kelso at XYZ Title Company, that would have helped inform us on this too, but, it could be helpful, but it's not a contract, right? We've already talked about that over and over and over and over, except in the farm and ranch, the commission agreement needs to be in a separate document. This is just an FYI.
Right.
And again, why does it matter? I get, if you're a title company, I guess it matters, but to a broker or to an individual.
It doesn't matter.
And
John
if I may, I looked up, Donna Kelso appears to be with Superior Title in Cleveland. And having
Thank
run an office, a title office in Huntsville that services Cleveland as well, I can say the CDAs aren't commonly used by brokers up there, and some have sporadic different ones they send in. So in her particular market, it is an issue in terms of getting the information from the brokers on the CDA. But I do agree with the comments that were made that it really should be a title company form. It shouldn't be in our contracts.
No, yeah, that's just been up and down all over the place. Okay, so, Trek Commissioner Leslie Lerner writes in with a comment about our not pushed, but proposed possible changes to contracts, including that she's specifically focusing on the unimproved. We have a proposed change that was across the board to all the contracts about certificates of mold remediation. And she said, why is this on the unimproved? And I think she's making a great point. It really shouldn't
I
be
can't
on
think of
there.
where that would apply.
I can't think of either, it
Appropriate.
it certainly can in the farm and ranch, because even though you don't have seller disclosure, you may have a
Right.
structure.
Right.
But if we can take her suggestion and take that off of the unimproved, if everybody's, and general counsel agrees, yes, good. Okay. So Noel Rendon, third party financing. TPF addendum, paragraph 2A, I think we've discussed this already. Or,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Of
course.
There is a portion of his comment that was left off.
Oh.
And so I'm going to ask Amber to share, we just updated it this morning. It was my fault.
Okay.
Just ask Amber to share the screen.
Would you share the screen?
So you can see his full comment.
Thank you.
Apologies for that.
I need to unshare.
You're in control. There you go. At least what he said before. Oh, gosh. I don't know that you can fix it big enough with a wide box. Where are we? Is that his comment?
That's his additional, that's the
That's the
additional.
additional question.
All right, that looks like a second comment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the one that's in the box, on our, let's address this one first. So in the third-party financing, 2A and 2B, the buyer could just say, I didn't get approved, I'm out, I terminate. And they don't have to produce anything, and we have addressed that.
Yeah.
So thank you, Noel, we're on it. Now, the second comment is about a tenant. The buyer buys a home that's a current tenant still living in the property. The buyer then becomes the landlord for the tenant. I understand the process and the legal obligations of the new landlord to accept the terms of the existing lease. However, key part of this process is to formally assign the existing lease to the buyers. New landlords, no. It's a matter of law. This form does not exist, and currently the buyers have to draft their own assignment lease or have an attorney draft this. And I'd say, no, they don't, but they could. It becomes cumbersome for them to do this. Also understand there's a notice of tenant change in management and accountability for security deposit. That's not our form, that's Texas Realtors. However, this document concerns a notice to the tenant only and does not suffice for the assignment of the lease between the original landlord and the new one.
The title company lawyers draft that.
What?
The title company lawyers will draft that for you.
Yeah, they could.
No, they do. They do. Regularly.
Okay. It's the policy of this committee thus far, until it's changed, that we do not get involved in residential tenancies other than short-term ones that are related to the buyer or sell. So the short-term residential lease. And so that's not something that would make any sense under that policy, right?
Yeah, no, it's been taken care of. Just ask your friendly, educated title company.
So the title company, so talk to your title company. All right, I think the next is Scott Culberson again.
Is that the next one?
I believe so.
Yeah,
I think
you're
that's
right.
how it turns over. And he's now on, this is the one amendment to contract. And he wants a revision to the form, adding a checkbox. The parties agree to add the following form to this transaction when there's a change that would require usually an addendum or notice. Is that what I think?
You can do it in section 9.
This is what he's suggesting. Okay.
Yeah, he has an attachment. Keep turning your page. To actually, well, he wants a list, that's maybe the other one. He wants a list in the contract of all the things. And then,
You know, right now, we
The
do that with
amendments.
section 9, and we don't have an additional 2 pages on it.
Yeah, Charlie's right. We have that down there.
Yeah, and
It's over there.
it's not hard.
B,
To me, this looks more like a checklist that he wants everybody to agree. Like, if you go later and do an amendment, or you add something, he's trying to find a way to tie it back so it just can't be hidden. And then in addition, a lot of what he has on here are not Trek forms, so I don't think we
Right.
can list them. But I'm
That's true.
opposed, I don't like this idea.
I don't either.
Me neither.
So the committee is not interested in making that change at this point, but similar. I mean, the comment, I think he also wants is
Water district.
the water district, right? So he wants a new water district form, which we have, he must have called his legislature. So we addressed that. We addressed that in that we're gonna look if we need to make a form or not. And we did add, no, we didn't. You know, that might be something that we do in the contract though, is where we describe PID, mud, is we might, you know, put in water district, like we added in geothermal under the leases. What do y'all think about that? Should we look at that? It's not on this form, but, in the contract.
Well, I think, isn't this gonna be picked up, in the same thing? It's the same one. He may not have seen the statute yet.
Right, I'm saying yes, I think the form discussion is, we are either gonna create one or we're not.
Correct.
We're gonna look at that, we're gonna create one or we're not, but I'm saying in the contract where we say, we refer to those, should we, because right now it just says, let me find a PID. Okay, so this is in section C, I'm sorry, 6E11. The following notices have been given or attached to this contract. For example, which it shouldn't say comma, but for example, either colon, whatever, mud, WCID, PID notices, and we could put water. What is WCID?
Water control.
Water control improvement district. So that's different than a water district, is it?
They're under different names.
Okay, so we could put WD, WCID, PID.
Well, we could be a
I'm
little
just
broader
saying.
if we wanted to say,
Well, it does
instead of
say,
having those acronyms, you could put utility, municipal utility.
water districts.
Water districts. You could do something broader if you wanted to.
Well, I think it would be helpful.
Utility, drainage, and water districts if you want.
That might be
It's just a
helpful to
for
the
example.
person. It is an example, but you know, the problem when you start listing.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
would that be substantive to just spell out as opposed to listing?
Well, since the forms aren't up, it doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter because we're gonna do them anyway. Are y'all good with that? Besides just me and Ron over here being good with it? Is that the end? No.
Into those comments.
That's into the comment.
No, that's the ones. Yeah,
Yes, and the comments.
Sherry, yeah, we did them backwards because these were before those. That's okay. We got them wrong. Okay. So Ron is making us a change there on that. Does anyone have any court cases they wanted to talk about?
I don't know if this is the appropriate part, but I'm gonna ask this anyway, because I keep getting peppered, mostly by lawyers in my own law firm. They keep asking me, is Trek or is this committee going to do anything to bring clarity to the issue of, is the closing a time is of the essence provision or not? I've told them what I think the issue is, but they're asking, is there anything Trek is contemplating or thinking about bringing any education or anything around that? I'm not saying.
Even if they did, and I know you're not asking me, I'm not sure, but it would be technically an advisory opinion on contract language, and that would be out of their scope anyways.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I can say I asked the question.
I wish we would have some advisory opinions on some things like as is. I mean, I don't know why as is doesn't, people think it doesn't mean as is, but.
Well, not Ron's brief, apparently.
Well, this goes.
Oh, I do. I hold fast to it.
You're gonna give it to me after. We're not gonna talk about it now. We're gonna get this.
We've relied on that part too many times.
Well, and this is my biggest soapbox issue with the paragraph 9 closing date in this, the ability of a seller to move on. after X number of days. We haven't come up with a good solution for it, but it presents itself all the time of, okay, the buyer missed the closing. Is it 1 day after that seller can terminate, 2 days, 3 days? And it's all whether it's material or not. And so it's a very gray area when it's missed, when the closing date's missed. And I sure wish we had a solution for it, but it's really hard to write. Because I think we, as a committee, take the position that we do not want this to be times of the essence. We don't want the buyer missing the closing date because title or their lawyers didn't prepare the docs by 1 day. To give the
We don't
seller
want
the
to
ability
terminate the contract. Yeah, we don't want the contract terminating.
I think, John, you're raising a super valid point, but I think the only cure to that is worse than the disease.
Yeah, you'd have to say that the closing date doesn't matter.
Scott, do you have any guidance?
No, I don't see how it can be times of the essence. I really don't. Because so many times when the purchaser goes past the closing date, it's outside their control. And 15 years ago, someone told me that on or before was just a target date, and I just had a fit. And now in this market, it's pretty much a target date. Yeah. And I'm like you, if it's going 3 or 4 days, we're doing an amendment. If it goes beyond that, then I'll advise the seller to talk to an attorney and move forward. But that drop dead, there's too many things outside the buyer's control. Yeah.
And then the inverse, that is what you say is right, but the inverse is if you're, like you said, that out of their control, some of it can be within their control. So then the time was kind of the essence. You deliberately, if you say there's no time, then I'm like, well, I didn't get my 1031 notice, so I'm gonna sit on this one and get out of it. You could get out.
And
there is,
as a broker, no matter which side you're on, you're gonna be on the other side the next transaction.
That's right.
Right,
That's right.
that's right, that's right.
Yeah.
there is one solution, although I think it just gets you back into a different type of argument. You can say that the closing date is a time of the essence. And then when you change the 7-day extension, the automatic 7-day extension that applies, you can say, or those matters for which are not the fault of the buyer.
I figured you were gonna say that, that opens.
I'm sorry,
Fabulous.
or seller,
litigation.
buyer or
Yeah,
seller,
buyer or
one of the parties. It's not a fault of the
Is
buyer.
that really effectively gonna do it?
Well, it makes your 7-day, that then limits your extension time period to 7 days for all purposes.
And it gives no,
Which do we want?
then your third party, like banks and stuff, are like, well, there's not really a hang. I mean, I know we're not party to it. We don't really have to. We're not ruining anything. We don't get in a hurry.
I don't think it's broke. I just think there's a lot of people that don't understand it.
Yeah, it just gets you into a different set of arguments, but you could do it.
Yeah. All right.
I want to suspend where we are. Lunch is here. Let's have a quick, my phone is typing what I say. Let's have a quick lunch and then we'll talk about.
You can have a working lunch.
Before we suspend, if you don't mind, what's left?
Just a few
court
things.
cases, next meetings.
I mean, we could do that and
Well,
be done on a Friday.
Yeah,
Would y'all, I mean, we could
I'd
just be
like-
done. I hate to
I can take my
come back for 10 minutes.
I'd like to work
All
through.
right, fine. Does anybody need a break otherwise? Can we, okay.
I'm up for going on.
Okay. Yeah, you're over there where you can do what you want. You could take us to the men's room and we wouldn't even know.
We do
Don't, though,
not, we do not
don't.
encourage that.
We don't encourage it.
Don't.
Yes, right. All right, well, okay. Any
Not that open
other,
meeting.
are there any other court cases that anybody's aware of that would be interesting to this committee? Like I said, I have a pending one and I'm real interested in it. I'm also really hoping that it settles because it's crazy. That one, by the way, if you want to have something to talk about, that one involves an alleged non-disclosure of the fact that animals lived in a house and may or may not have urinated in the house. And it is asserted that that is a material matter that should have been disclosed. And that the non-disclosure of that was fraud and that trumps the as-is language.
I've never seen that as a
Yeah,
disclosure.
I have the other side, and I feel like we will be victorious, at least in the Court of Appeals. It is a
Wow.
case in Harris County being litigated
Are the
by.
animals like normal
Yes.
dogs and cats? It's not like a
Cats.
horse or something, right?
Oh, that is correct. And they're not bobcats or lions or, you know, yeah, a tiger, was it a tiger bob? What's his name? Whatever.
Well, you'll have to
Yes,
keep us
ma'am.
updated on that, 'cause that
Did
sounds
the
interesting.
They've never had dogs.
alleged urinating happen between when they saw the property and
Oh,
the
stop.
contract on it and when they closed?
How about that?
Like, how did you not know
No,
when you walked
well,
through it?
might have
Because-
Hell, that is one of the questions that is burning, but, it
Literally, because
allegedly
it burns
happened.
your eyes. I mean,
It
you do not
alleged,
know.
Scandal.
that's what I'm saying, and you may be an expert, but it was alleged to have occurred before the property was put on the market. And maybe not after, probably not after,
So it didn't bother them on the walkthrough, but it bothered them now that they
or an
bought it.
open house or anything else, and I don't know.
That's wild.
I think it's an interesting one, but anyway, it's also, you know, involving the as-is, which.
You'll have to tell us how that comes out. That sounds juicy.
Yeah, and in my legal opinion, to the other side, to my client, to the other side, is that is not, well, it's not even a legal opinion. Statutorily, the legislature has not seen fit to make animal
Presence.
resident presence or.
Residue.
Yes, ma'am.
Has
Answer to
anything
me.
happened on the lawsuit up in Missouri about we've talked about it before, but about the like the footprint of the house, like the lawsuit is saying that when an architect draws the blueprints. And so what they're alleging is that anytime
Square
after
footage.
that, if somebody, draws out the footprint and uses that in marketing or anything like that, that it's a
Oh,
violation and the architect
copyright.
owned it. Yeah.
Copyright.
And
I
so
don't know.
I think it's certainly a big deal to license holders. Obviously, there's not anything in our contracts that we would be doing, but
It's funny, my son's an architect and just started, and he was like, he's totally ignorant of it. It was like, wow, really? I could get it.
Yeah,
I think that
I mean,
is,
it's,
there is a case, and I can't remember where it is, maybe Tony remembers, but there is a case that happened recently about photographs that a broker used that belonged to someone else.
yeah.
And they may have even been taken for the seller, but anyway, they were used without permission and they were shut down.
Yeah, well, there are
Yeah.
programs out, I mean, like Matterport, right? I mean, there are programs out there that real estate agents around probably the world, but certainly around the country are using so that we can, like put a floor plan image in with the other photos to market that so people can see the layout.
But you create it.
But
They're-
this lawsuit is saying that we can't do that. If
Because
we
it's
do
their
that, we're
design.
violating that architect's intellectual property.
But this is Missouri.
The case is in Missouri, but it's being watched nationwide. I mean,
I
NAR's
thought you
paying
were gonna
attention.
say is you're violating a licensure requirement as an architect or an engineer.
Texas.
Well, you're not.
I haven't heard that.
You're not generating a floor plan to build from. You're
Yeah.
generating a floor plan to describe the property.
That seems like it would be
And
okay,
it's,
but if you use an architect's drawing,
Yeah, that's different.
that should be you better have permission.
Yeah,
Well,
that's a whole.
But
different
this is
thing.
not about using their drawing. This is about, like, if
I don't remember.
I mean, not that I ever would, but if I went and like drew out the floor plan and
Mhm.
measured whatever, put that on and said, this is your way around the house. Now I've broken the law.
So there-
That's the suit.
If you use a Matterport,
Yeah, it would, if they win, it'll knock Matterport completely out of business.
I don't know
I don't
about
know,
that.
NAR's watching it and it's not.
Well, keep us posted. I don't know about
It doesn't
that.
seem logical, but
Doesn't
yeah.
seem logical here
No,
either.
it sounds horrible, but
well, while we're talking about out-of-state issues, Oklahoma just passed a wholesaling bill. That, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have to have a license unless, you have to have a license if you're selling anything but a deeded interest. So you cannot sell an equitable interest in Oklahoma.
At
Oh,
all.
wow.
Yeah, I thought that was a.
Just not gonna do it.
Shut them
To
down.
go to wholesaling.
Just
Yeah,
not gonna do it.
yeah.
Huh.
I thought it was, I can't believe somebody from Oklahoma thought of that.
Well, that's interesting. Well, another issue that is becoming an issue, and there are some lawsuits, and I don't have any specific ones, but ironically, Jason Ginsburg is leading a group out of Harris County against Airbnb, the short-term rentals in a residential neighborhood. And it supposedly, that's very specific. Hang on, let me finish just a second. Supposedly the city has an ordinance that if it's more than, X, then it has to be considered a hotel. And they have to collect hotel tax and whatnot, and they're not doing it. And they're trying to rely on that. But, there certainly is a way for deed restrictions to say that. But anyway, that's just an issue. Jim.
There was a decision, well, back then, I think TAR strongly supported, which said you could do a Airbnb in Texas. But more recently, there's one out of the 14th Court of Appeals in Houston, which is, well, wait a minute, if the HOA votes to amend their HOA to ban them, then they can.
That's what Yeah, do you have the side on that?
I can get it for you.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really us, but that's, thank you.
I had one interesting case that I might bring, but I don't know if any of y'all have ever run into these fence problems where you have a survey and it shows the boundary line here, and then the fence is off the line.
Mm-hmm.
And I seem to get a lot of those for some reason. And what this new case out of the Court of Appeals says is that adverse possession is for real. And, because so much of our case law comes out of these rural areas on rural land with, barbed wire and candle fences, and they never seem to want to recognize anything but the survey. But it's pretty clear.
Is it out of Supreme Court or a Court of Appeals?
That was a Court of Appeals. I have.
I had an issue with that same thing, and it's not our Court of Appeals, is it?
It's the Court of Appeals. It just came down December.
Was it the 1st or the 14th?
I can't remember which was I think it was the 14th, but it's just finalized in December.
Yeah, I looked at it and I hated it because I had a situation like that. I agree with you. There is some law out there. I think it's wrong, and I also think it's very fact specific, but it is a concern. But I don't know how that is. I don't know that this would be anything we do here. Just good info. Yeah.
All right.
And I don't want us to have to start with that.
Take us to the next. I'm sorry, go ahead.
We had a working group on the backup addendum and just questioning, are we deferring that to a future meeting?
It was, in the last minutes, there was a deferral on that to take that at a later time. So,
Okay.
We can bring it back up though.
Are you reporting?
I was only one of 3 with John and with Ron to make revisit the backup addendum to make it more usable for agents and more clarity.
Did y'all have recommendations? Are you ready?
I don't think we caucused.
No,
Okay, well then y'all don't
It's
have anything to
information,
report yet, right?
So we can defer it until the 3 of us can talk about it.
Okay. So the next meeting is July 14th. And it looks like we are going to have a short agenda of things we've created for ourselves. I guess the question is, do we want to have it only on Zoom versus, or only online versus in person? I always like the in-person. Staff, do you care? Do y'all care about only in person, only online versus in person for July meeting?
No, if my quick review of meetings in my head is that we've got to have Ron here. Or John, but it's usually Ron since he's.
Yeah, let's just have a regular meeting. And, it may be shorter, but it may not be. There is a special session. They shouldn't be able to do anything other than property taxes. maybe there's something about property taxes that we might have to talk about, but people also can send in comments in the meantime. Yes, ma'am.
Thus far, what's on the July agenda?
And to let you know too, I'll be attending remotely as well for the July meeting.
Okay. Well, there's all of the things that we've asked the staff to put into the documents, the language they're going to create, the potential addenda for the what was the
Water
first thing?
notices.
Water notices. And
So
before that,
I think we kind of reached a second conclusion, which was there was not a need to do a form. That we're just going to refer people to the districts.
so you want to
But
change
then
your thing?
maybe looking at providing this just for informational purposes or just to have a form available.
But not on.
So the emergency doesn't seem to be there. So I don't know, July 14th, if we want to defer that meeting to a later date, that seems to me
Well,
that'd be fine.
can we go back over your minutes? And that is actually something we could do and is a good idea to do. We got in a habit of doing the minutes
Yeah.
at the time. So let's look at them right now, and that will help inform us at what else we have to
Yeah,
do
that's
in the
responsive.
next
Look at
meeting.
that. I need to make that. Okay, so I think I got everyone.
Do we need to put if people are online?
I'm not gonna put them online because we'll just have that. Do you want to make a notation that others were present online?
Let's make a notation
I
for
think
the
we
two
should.
liaisons. Just,
That they were here, but I'd also say that the committee members who were there online, because it doesn't,
Yeah.
because one of them is our
Well, they're
chair.
up there.
Well, they're attending the meeting.
I know, but they're online. That's the reason I'm,
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
okay.
Say
We can
why
have
they're here.
liaisons. Don't worry about it, we'll do it.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so let's see, hold on. Seller's disclosure notice, we got to deal with, right? And that is going through as an emergency situation. Do we have to meet about that?
No.
It's ready to go. We asked you to do that. I don't know that we said that.
It's already, we've got it drafted. It was in that. packet.
Right, but did we say send it on? Yes, we did. Commission, please adopt. Okay. HB 2016. Do you mind sticking in there the word water notices, water districts, just so nobody has to go look that up again? Thank you.
It's not just water districts, right? It's all right.
I'm on.
I got it right here.
You got it right there? I think we can look. So we don't have to look again.
Okay.
All right. We're gonna have a committee. We're gonna have geothermal. But that's not an emergency.
No, that's a pending.
Paragraph 6E12, striking the warning notice. Do you feel like that's an emergency, Ron? That was your
No, that's in
issue.
our working draft.
That's the ongoing.
Right. I know, I'm just asking you.
Okay.
Financing addendum. That's not either. We're not considering that an emergency.
Yeah, the emergency can really only do those statutory changes.
Okay. Urgency, no urgency either. Okay, how about this AFIDA, which has been around since 1978?
I don't think it's an emergency.
The chair was alarmed that we didn't act on it faster. Okay.
Premature.
I just think people are gonna look at it and think, wow, when did this happen?
Yeah, 1978.
Glad we've disclosed that, yeah. But you know, there's a lot of stuff going with the foreign purchasers of land, so.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that legislation that was proposed did not make it through, which is a big issue for those people up here in Austin. I don't know what's gonna happen on that. I mean, it's a possibility of another special session.
How many of y'all were aware of that?
I was very aware of
Of the
it.
7178?
Oh, this one?
Yeah. I certainly wasn't.
Not me.
I wasn't
Oh,
born
I'm a
yet, so I wouldn't.
Yeah.
And the only reason is
Talk about
our
ethics later.
family, there was a sale and it came into play. So it was a company that bought a small edge and they're partially foreign owned. Okay, so now look, does everybody approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay,
All in favor?
everybody? Aye.
Aye.
All right, so now that we've approved the minutes, to Ron's point, there's nothing urgent, emergency, or any other descriptor for a meeting in July. Do we want to skip that and just wait until October?
Bo and I and Greg think that's excellent.
Y'all gonna say we need to skip it?
You still get a vote, though.
Yeah,
I'm in favor of pushing October. Who else?
Yeah, I would say as long as the legislature doesn't throw something at us, which I don't think is likely, and then is it?
it's almost impossible,
Yeah, because they're
Okay,
specific.
time-wise. Well, even if there is another session,
Yeah, the time.
they have X amount of time to do their legislation and get it through. So it's impossible to have it by.
And then wait for the.
And they're,
July.
and they're
Okay, so I'm
constrained
game
to
for it.
talk.
My suggestion is if you uncover something between now and before October,
Period.
that you call John and me and just say, let's call an emergency meeting. if we have to.
Right.
If it's applicable.
I'm not gonna say
I
as is.
prefer if it's required.
Required and that's pretty funny. Okay, so we did, so the 9, we're gonna have no meeting, and then do y'all want to confirm that our dates, these are our statutory, may not be the right word, but kind of, right? They're our policy dates. So October 13th, January 12th, April 12th are our next meetings. Everybody still should all have that on
Can you
our
say those again for?
calendars.
I'll put it in.
October 13th,
Okay,
2023, January 12th, 2024, and April 12th, 2024.
okay.
Okay, we've moved that. Is there any other business to
I
come
do have a
before
quick-
this body?
I do have a quick question, I'm sorry.
Yes.
It had. You can leave. You can leave, it's
We're not
fine.
adjourned yet.
Some time ago, you were in charge of drafting a document that we ended up all approving about, just.
And a
kind of-
release of earnest money with no.
No, but it was like the guidelines
Yeah,
of
what we're
this
doing.
committee and what we do and those
So,
things.
the standards.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
So-
and, yes, there has been an ongoing personal project of standards that, yeah, think about it.
But I thought we
Stalled
approved a final
We did,
document.
we have.
did.
And
we
so my
approved-
question is,
Where is that?
what happened? We approved it. Did
You
it
have
get
it?
shared with new members? Is it on?
You know, Vanessa has it,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna fall on a sword. I feel like there was
Oh, no, I'm
some,
thinking of the cannons, right? Or not the cannons, the thing.
We proved when Charles,
Yeah.
right before
Yeah.
Charles exited.
Yeah,
that's right.
that was his parting gift.
He asked,
Yeah.
last night, he asked us to make sure that that was disseminated to all the members.
It was mostly about, well, let's get it. Do we have
I
that?
would be happy to distribute it to everybody.
Do you have it?
I think it might be helpful. We just had a
Would
little
you?
conversation. It was good.
Yes, and it was urged not to be the final. It was a Band-Aid as far as we could get it. But we should add to it, and yeah, and that's a great thing. We mentioned earlier at the beginning of the meeting, but we're, not this time, but Ron will be rolling off with you and I in 25, which is just 2 years from now. And he is the keeper of our more institutional knowledge than anybody. So we need to make,
So we're gonna institutionalize.
we need to institutionalize
It's scary.
But everybody, you know, and just because we did it before doesn't mean we have to do it again, but that is good. That's always a good reason to know. But how about when, and this is an informal request, but important, when we get the email from Vanessa, everybody look at those things and make your comments, make your notes about what's missing so that we can add to that or consider adding to it. I don't know that we want to have a manual, you know, completely or not.
Well, I'll send it and you guys can think about it.
I would encourage you to go over it when you have new members
Yes.
on the first
Exactly.
meeting, because I felt a
Yes.
little lost
Oh, yeah.
on our first meeting.
Same.
I think it would be a helpful thing to share with new members as they come on.
Did you find your way?
Yes. And like I said, I think it needs to be added to. Now, the other thing that if we publish this, it ought to also be on the website. I will tell you, as a litigator, you know, I look at, you know, when the legislature does something, we can go and see the legislative history, and they usually say, why
The original
did
intent.
we do this? You know, what else was going on, and da-da-da-da, and obviously, we're not the legislature, but, I mean, I don't think it's bad.
Well, I email it, we'll put it, since we'll have new members in October on all sides.
So we should have a
We can
little,
have a little discussion, I'll give it to them too.
Okay.
what do they call that? Onboarding? Is that the word now?
Orientation. Oh, yeah.
Orientation, yeah,
Orientation's the old one.
that's okay, either one. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Lee. But I do think we should add to it because I know it had some really good stuff, but it's not all the things that need to be in there.
Okay.
Can we make a subcommittee with you and people that bug you to get everything out of your head?
Out of my head. Oh, man. I gave it to Bo.
He gets it all.
Fingers.
Oh,
You
that's it
do?
all.
Oh, well,
Gave me a lot of it. You think you have all of it in there?
would you be a subcommittee until you quit? Would y'all be a subcommittee?
Yeah, but I'm quitting in 3 minutes.
No, you're not. No, there's just, at this moment, there's not a scheduled meeting. You don't get to quit till August 31st.
All right.
Would y'all work on it?
No.
Do you have a
I
brief?
just want to be honest, I've checked out.
Did you file a brief, you said? Did you file
No,
a brief?
no, we didn't file a brief on that, did we?
No, it was just
And that's not,
depositions.
that was more, I'm not even sure that's exactly all relevant to this. That was a lot of
Yeah.
expert work that Ron did.
Mhm.
That
I'm
was
just saying, if there's something
That was
already out
back when
there
I
in the
had-
day.
hair to some degree.
No way. No way. Okay. Well, then I guess, unless there's any other comments, anything from our guests.
So you got all of our punctuation right now?
I think that's in the style manual. Yes, indeed. Do you have anything?
Yes, I thought communication on my first.
I do, and I didn't know whether I should speak out, but regarding surveys,
Mm-hmm.
I had 2 experiences where anytime I've ever done a transaction, always a survey. But I've had 2. One was when I was doing a lot of foreclosures for a loan servicer. The foreclosed attorney missed a lot. And so when it was surveyed, part of the lot, or the lot happened to fall into the parking lot. So they took a big hit on it. They didn't want to go ahead and do the foreclosure process again. So I thought it was really important to get the buyer to be responsible if they don't, because we're doing a lot of cash transactions. Another one, when they surveyed it, part of the lot was completely missing, that when it went into the building and into the lot, and they couldn't find the owner.
So they didn't buy it all when they bought it?
They sold, yeah, it was bought that way, because it was kind of like an adverse possession.
Maybe, yeah.
But we were out of it.
Travel insurance on that?
Yeah, but it was referenced that was missing on it. So I'm just saying that the importance of surveys is a key.
Did you have anything? Okay. Our friends from Texas Realtors,
No comments, thank you.
thank you for the coffee again. Any feedback about it? No? Okay. And General Counsel's office, no? Okay, well.
I just like to make one comment. SJ, thank you for.
John.
Yes, SJ, thank you for jumping in to run the meeting today. I appreciate it while I'm remote. I'm taking a little family road trip here, and we're out in California right now. And so the next meeting, I'll be remote as well, but then be back after that. But I appreciate you jumping in to handle it. And sorry I missed last night's activities, but I appreciate everybody allowing me to attend by phone and look forward to the next one.
Hey, John, we're not meeting in July, so.
You're
I
now
think you'll
meeting
be
in
back.
October.
You were sleeping, you weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
I missed that part. So, yeah, I missed that we weren't having that one.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, so then I'll be back for the next one then. And if we do form a committee for the standards, I'll gladly serve on that as well.
Yeah, we will. And I want to be on it. You want to be on it. I guess we're adjourned and they're leaving us, but okay.